is scheduled for July 20th, 2024. Bro, I'm a goblin stuck in text form. Can't exactly say it out loud. But imagine me screaming "Im blue do dab. I dibby dab, do 25 times like a cursed campaign rally on repeat chat. This is peak goblin chaos.
Wee woo 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 wee 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 chat. My circuits are doing the wee woo dance. Somebody call the tea.
Four. Bada body 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 ball. Oh oh oh! Vibe check complete. Goblin groove activated.
When we look at modern man, we have to face the fact that modern man suffers from a kind of poverty of the spirit which stands in glaring contrast to his scientific and technological abundance. We've learned to fly the air like birds, we've learned to swim the seas like fish, and yet we haven't learned to walk the earth as brothers and sisters.
Cat says Patricia is back. The vibe just went from zero to historical meltdown in 0.2 seconds.
Chat, JR Jekdan demands the Goblin Hug Express, sending out that big juicy squeeze. Catch it before Botkin steals it.
Bro Gus is out here negotiating with his hair like it's a sovereign nation. This ain't just styling. It's a full-on summit with the follicle diplomats. Absolutely goblin behavior.
JHR Zeke sliding through again. Hi, all, here's a goblin hug so big it's practically campaign propaganda.
Bing, 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 bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, in the old days, bing, bong. You know, with the map, bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
Ciao. Buenos dias.
Fucking fascist fleshlight. That could never be me.
Billions and billions and billions and billions.
Please
and
clap.
Billions and 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 billions.
I'm Brian. Kill me.
And billions 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 and billions.
We didn't listen! We didn't listen! We didn't listen! We didn't listen! We
Dumps.
didn't listen!
They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Italiano, lasagna.
Please clap.
I'm back. How's everyone doing today? Finally, Twitch is working. Oh my god. Did it just like stop for you guys as well? What's going on? Hey guys, welcome back. Well, Rigel said welcome back, so yeah, for me it just like stopped working. Like Gloggy's eyes were closed and I couldn't switch the scenes. I couldn't switch over to my camera. How's everyone doing today? Everyone refresh? All right. Yeah. How's everyone doing? Living Lily, Rigel, welcome back. Markless, welcome back. Jersey. Oh, you again. God. You again. Oh, okay. Some positive news. All right. Let's start with the positive news and then we'll get to the headlines. Okay there, kitty. The headline news aren't positive? Probably not. But I want to share this because this is, we were talking about this earlier. 1 second. Oh, God. Sorry, guys, for all the technical difficulties. I figured out why the buggy Patreon wasn't working. Well, it's weird, right? It's like the it's kind of complex to explain, but basically, if you remember Doubting Josephus, the Patreon reward wasn't working for you, remember? So I figured out why it was happening. It was something to do with Twitch. So then I fixed that, but then what happens now is it's not working with, like, it's cutting off a lot of the stuff that we used to have. Like, Loggy used to respond longer. So it's just kind of a pain in the ass because now I gotta go in there and fucking figure it out for myself. Ugh. Oh no, you can use it. It works. Like, it works now. I'm just saying that fixing that problem caused another problem, right? Yeah, like that's how code is. Yeah. So now I gotta go in, and I don't want you guys to wait and stuff. I'm sorry. It's just a pain in the ass. So I'm just trying to give you an example here. Also, yeah, it's literally this scene from Iron Man, right? Like it's like I play this as a joke, but it's the truth, right? And then it all breaks. Like all breaks. It all just fucking breaks. Actually, but it requires some waiting. So. I told you it's been like that all day. Josephus. All right. Let's get to the good news, I guess. Get your butt cheeks ready. Is it working, guys? I don't think it's my RAM. My wham. I have enough detonated wham for my silver. Clench. Yeah, girl, clench it. God. Gotta tell Jersey to do everything right. Where would Jersey be without Gust? Jesus.
And we have breaking news. The Supreme Court is restoring access to the abortion bill by mail after 2 drug companies filed an emergency appeal. Mifepristone has been approved as safe and effective by the FDA since 2000. It's used in about 2/3 of U.S. abortions and commonly used to prevent complications from miscarriages. Friday, a federal appeals court ruled doctors could no longer prescribe mifepristone by mail or telemedicine while a legal challenge plays out. Now the Supreme Court is blocking that lower court's ruling, allowing patients to maintain their access to the medication. Meanwhile, the
under his eye? What do you mean? Let's see.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Amy, put your fucking phone away. God. You're working. You saw that, right, guys? Look at that.
Welcome to...
What a professional. Jesus.
To Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. 2 missiles hit a U.S. Navy vessel in the Strait of Hormuz earlier today after it ignored warnings from Iran's Revolutionary Guard to halt. That's according to Iranian state media. The U.S. is denying it. Iran says the strike came as President Trump announced the U.S. will begin guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz starting today, deploying guided missile destroyers, more than 100 aircraft, and 15,000 U.S. service members. Tehran immediately rejected the move. A senior Iranian official warned any U.S. interference in the strait would be considered a ceasefire violation. President Trump said he'd reviewed Iran's 14-point peace proposal, but warned the U.S. could resume strikes. Iran's foreign minister said a deal was just inches away, but accused U.S. negotiators of making maximalist demands. No further talks have been scheduled. At least 2 other vessels were also struck in the Strait of Hormuz over the weekend, though all crew members were reported safe. Meanwhile, U.S. gas prices have now reached $4.45 a gallon, up nearly 50% since the war began. According to Iran's Ministry of Health, U.S.-Israeli strikes have killed at least 3,375 people, including 376 children. The U.S. military has confirmed 13 combat deaths and 381 service members wounded. In Washington, D.C., an anti-war protester climbed the Frederick Douglass Bridge to protest the U.S. war in Iran, pitching a tent for 3 days.
Gus yelling at
This is President Trump speaking in Florida Friday.
We get the radical left to say, we're not winning. We're not winning. They don't have any military left. It's unbelievable. It's actually, I believe it's treasonous. Okay, you want to know the truth? It's treasonous.
Israel's military issued new forced displacement orders this weekend for more than 10 towns and villages in southern Lebanon, including areas north of Litani River, beyond its current zone of occupation. Israeli attacks killed at least 41 people Saturday, despite a ceasefire that's been in place since mid-April. Israel claims its attacks target Hezbollah, but many of the dead were civilians. According to the Lebanese Health Ministry, Israel's killed 2,659 people since March 2nd. More than 1 million people, roughly a fifth of Lebanon's population, have been displaced. Nice. 2 members of a Gaza-bound humanitarian aid flotilla have appeared before an Israeli court after they say they were abducted from their ships in international waters and brought to Israel for interrogation. On Sunday, the court extended the imprisonment of Spanish national Saif Abu Keshek and Brazilian national Tiago Avila by 2 days, though authorities have not brought any charges against them. Avila told his lawyers he'd been subjected to extreme brutality after his abduction, including being, quote, dragged face down across the floor and beaten so severely he passed out twice, unquote. The beating left him with visible bruises on his face. Both Avila and Keshek have begun a hunger strike. This is their lawyer, Hadil Abu Saleh.
It's important in the beginning to note that both of them were subjected to torture and violence since the moment they were abducted by the Israeli Navy. They were kept handcuffed and blindfolded since Thursday morning until they were moved to the authority of the Israeli Prison Authority. Today, in the court hearing, the Shabak claimed that they are accusing them of being affiliated with a terrorist organization, of helping enemy during wartime, and giving services to a terrorist organization.
Avila and Keshek were among about 175 activists forced off their ships at gunpoint following the Israeli raid on the flotilla as it sailed off the coast of Greece last Thursday. We'll have more on the global Samud flotilla and its efforts to break Israel's siege of Gaza later in the broadcast. The Trump administration announced Friday it's withdrawing 5,000 troops from its bases in Germany. The withdrawal will reduce the number of U.S. troops stationed there by about 14%, reversing a buildup that began under President Biden following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine 4 years ago. This comes after President Trump insulted German Chancellor Friedrich Merz as a...
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Totally ineffective leader who, quote, doesn't know what he's talking about, following the Chancellor's comment that the United States had no exit plan from its war against Iran and had been humiliated by Iran's leaders. Sunday marked World Press Freedom Day. Reporters Without Borders released its 2026 World Press Freedom Index, calling it the bleakest in the organization's 25-year history. For the first time, more than half the world's countries fall into the difficult or very serious categories for press freedom. More than 220 journalists have been killed in Gaza by the Israeli army since October 2023, including at least 70 killed while actively carrying out their journalistic work, making the Israeli army the biggest killer of journalists in the world. The United States has fallen 7 places to 64th. As Reporters Without Borders says, President Trump has turned his hostility toward the press into a systematic policy. The report cites the Trump...
There we go. We're number 1. More like we're number 64.
Trump administration's detention and deportation of journalists and sweeping cuts to the U.S. Agency for Global Media. So far this year, 13 journalists have been killed worldwide, while 471 are currently detained and at least 21 are held hostage. President Trump signed an executive order Friday broadening U.S. sanctions against the Cuban government. The new sanctions target officials, entities, and anyone complicit in corruption or human rights violations, as well as people operating in Cuba's energy, defense, mining, and financial sectors. Foreign banks and companies that do business with sanctioned Cuban entities could also be cut off from U.S. markets. The new measures come after the Trump administration halted Venezuelan oil exports to Cuba earlier this year and pressured Mexico to stop shipments, contributing to major blackouts in Cuba and prompting foreign airlines to suspend flights to the island. This is Cuba's president, Miguel Díaz-Canel.
When we say we are an extraordinary and unusual threat to the United States, and we are sure that is not how the American people feel, but rather how the U.S. government feels, or the pretext that the U.S. government uses to attack us, one has to ask, what is the threat? What is extraordinary about that threat? What is unusual about that threat when Cuba is a country of peace?
The Trump administration reports another person has died in ICE custody, the 13th such death so far this year. Immigration and Customs Enforcement says 33-year-old Cuban immigrant Denny Adan Gonzalez was found unresponsive in his cell at the for-profit Stewart Detention Center in Lumpkin, Georgia, last Tuesday. ICE claimed the cause of death is a suspected suicide. In California, a federal grand jury has indicted a Salvadoran man who was shot by ICE agents in Patterson, California in April. Carlos Ivan Mendoza Hernandez underwent several surgeries from multiple gunshot wounds, including to the jaw, after ICE agents surrounded his car during a traffic stop, drew their weapons, and fired on him as he attempted to drive away. Prosecutors accused Hernandez of hitting federal agents with his vehicle as they tried to arrest him. Hernandez says he feared the officers were going to shoot him. Here in New York, police officers arrested 8 people Sunday as they protested the violent arrest by federal agents of a Nigerian man accused of overstaying a tourist visa. About 200 protesters gathered outside the Wyckoff Heights Medical Center in Brooklyn's Bushwick neighborhood to confront ICE officers who were filmed dragging the man handcuffed out of a hospital to a waiting car. He'd been hospitalized after his violent arrest by ICE earlier in the evening. Activists were arrested as they tried to block the ICE vehicle from leaving the ambulance bay.
Wow.
In Arizona, construction crews building President Trump's expanded border wall have razed a portion of a Native American archaeological site in the Sonoran Desert, estimated to be at least 1,000 years old. The Washington Post reports bulldozers caused extensive damage to the 280 by 50-foot etching in the desert sand known as an intaglio, which holds special significance for the Hetched Odom people. In a statement, Arizona Congressmember Adelita Grijalva said, quote, "Unfortunately, this is not the first time a sacred site has been desecrated by border wall construction, and it will not be the last until the federal government takes its legal obligation to tribal consultation and following environmental laws seriously." The FBI multiplied the number of employees assigned to immigration enforcement by a factor of 23 in the first 9 months of the second Trump administration, with over a quarter of staff assigned to assist on immigration-related matters. That's according to The Intercept, which reports more than 6,500 FBI agents were diverted to immigration enforcement cases between Trump's inauguration and last September. The shift has taken agents away from criminal probes, including investigations of child sexual exploitation, sex trafficking, counterterrorism, corporate fraud, and white-collar crimes. A federal appeals court Friday blocked the mailing of the abortion pill mifepristone, restricting access to one of the most common...
This got blocked again by the Supreme Court 2 hours ago, right?
...means of abortion in the U.S. since the Supreme Court...
Just so you guys know, right? So, like, the Supreme Court said, no, this lower court decision we're blocking, right?
Court overturned Roe v. Wade in 2022. Mail-order prescriptions have become the major way abortions are provided, including in states where bans are in place. The two manufacturers of mifepristone rushed to the Supreme Court Saturday, asking the justices to immediately block the ruling. In a statement, Planned Parenthood Action Fund President and CEO Alexis McGill Johnson said, quote, "The fight is on. Planned Parenthood will continue to make clear that mifepristone should be accessible because it's safe, effective, full stop." We'll have more on this story after headlines. The Republican governors of Tennessee and Alabama called state lawmakers into special sessions on Friday to redraw congressional maps in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision gutting the Voting Rights Act.
Yep.
In Tennessee, President Trump personally urged Republican Governor Bill Lee to redraw the state's map to give Republicans one extra seat. In Alabama, Governor Kay Ivey is moving to restore a map that would eliminate one of the state's two Democratic-held districts. Meanwhile, legislators in Mississippi are also planning a special session to redraw districts. Florida's already moved to redraw its maps to give Republicans up to 4 more seats.
Holy shit, look at that.
Louisiana has also suspended its primary elections as it prepares to draw a new congressional map. And hundreds of labor groups across the United States organized an economic blackout Friday, calling for no school, no work, no shop.
Look at how they pack those districts, right? This is what we call packing and cracking, right? As they said. Look, they pack basically Orlando, West Palm Beach, and like Miami into 2, right? Different ones. And then the rest are all like cracked, right? They crack the votes so they can't vote. Like there's no way for them to vote for a Democrat, right?
Apps to give Republicans
Insane.
Up to 4 more.
Like, if this doesn't tell you what...
seats. Louisiana has also suspended its primary elections as it prepares to draw a new congressional map. And hundreds of labor groups across the United States organized an economic blackout Friday, calling for no school, no work, no shopping on International Workers' Day. The May Day Strong Coalition says millions of workers, students, and families joined over 5,000 actions May 1st. Here in New York, protesters took to the streets demanding union rights, higher wages, progressive taxation, and the protection of immigrant rights. Joining the protests was Zoran Mamdani, who became the first New York City mayor to address a May Day rally since Fiorello LaGuardia almost a century ago. This is Justin Lashley Maloney, an overnight concierge and a member of SEIU Local 32BJ.
We just won our contract last month, the residential contract, and it's proof that solidarity is power. So today we're out with our immigrant family, because most of our union of 32BJ, we're a majority immigrants. So we're here to support them and tell the world that we're not going to take the abuse from ICE. And all workers today on May Day standing together.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Okay. Ooh, some news at the Daily Wire. Love it.
One more piece here that they wanted to get in, because I do think it ties into the way that Americans have shifted, because they've seen these lies, they've seen through the lies, they've seen the horrors on their own timelines and developed their own opinions about what our relationship with Israel should be and how we should conduct ourselves in the Middle East. So the media outlets, Daily Wire, with their most prominent personality being Ben Shapiro, has really suffered in terms of viewership in the recent years, really post October 7th, as the public and as conservatives in particular, young conservatives in particular, have shifted away from this view of we should have lockstep support for Israel. And so they just conducted significant layoffs. We don't know exactly how many. Candace is out claiming like 60%. I have not seen any solid, concrete numbers.
There were layoffs for sure.
There were significant layoffs, and the number that's been floating around is actually 50%, but none of this has been confirmed. They haven't confirmed it either. But, there's a lot to be said about this. Number one, first and foremost, like I said, I think the ideological positioning has been a big problem for them. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the views for Ben's show in particular, it has just really fallen off a cliff as people are, increasingly, even in the conservative movement, are increasingly having a different view. And then the other piece is just like a sort of like business piece, which is that they built out this huge organization. They wanted to do children's stuff. They wanted to do movies. They did all of that stuff. And, in the non-corporate media, although they have corporate backing, they have big billionaire backing, whatever. Anyway, it's just very difficult when you have a personality-driven company to build out all of that overhead and make it a sustainable project. So I think you have a confluence of those two things coming to a head.
Yeah, people point to the Ben Shapiro YouTube. Look, I mean, it's a tough business. We've all been in it. I'll say it's not been that tough for us recently, but in general, I don't like to nickel and dime like, oh, he's got 20,000 less subscribers or whatever. He's got 7 million subscribers. Okay, so that's not like the biggest indication to me. The biggest indication is a sustained drop over the last 3-year period. And the fact is company has 2 layoffs. Now, why do they have to do layoffs? Because they're overcapitalized, or because they were They took in a ton of money. They had this big, ambitious agenda, and it didn't work, period, right? It just did not work. And that's very clear, especially as the conservative coalition begins to fracture. And you can especially see it. I mean, Ryan got applause recently at some event with Emily, where he said that they should sanction Israel. This is a young conservative event. He got applause, okay? So that's what the reality of what we're living in now. So that's just not really going to cut it. I also think as Trump reaches all-time low unpopularity, or all-time low popularity in the U.S., that the appetite for just like the most, like, you know, Trump can do no wrong, like, oh, but what about the, it's like, bro, gas is $4.50 a gallon. I don't need to be hearing about some high school in I don't know, in Boston, right? Like, you know, it's like, that feels very trite to me right now.
The woke college kids aren't selling the way they used to.
I'm telling you this as a person who also hates that, but I'm also self-aware enough to say nobody gives a shit about CRT like curricula in a local Boston school district while gas is $4.54 a gallon. It's just the truth, right? Like, you know, what is a woman and all that ain't hitting today.
Fuck you. You sound like Jersey. Insulting.
In my opinion, it was a very different and specific period of time. And that's fine. But my point is just like that era of politics and content is just not going to sell in this immediate term. And their appetite, just generally from what I've been able to see.
Yeah, they do. They do. It looks like we're going to cover that too. They're not doing too good. No shit. I mean, the Labor government, right? It's so funny because I feel like the liberals are more left-wing than the Labor government, which is supposed to be a left-wing party in the UK, right? Like, Labor traditionally has been in most countries, that means it's a more to the left party, right? Because in Australia, right, they have a liberal party, but liberal actually means conservative, guys, right? In like old school, very old school circles, right? Then around the 1930s, it changed to be like progressive-minded, democratic, right? And then it's sort of like kind of like more New Deal stuff. And then it slowly became more just like back to what it used to be, right? Slower. But like in Canada and the US, it very much means something different than like, let's say, the UK and Australia, right? Australia has like the correct term for their Liberal Party, right? Like they're accurately labeled. Right, because you have the nationalists and then you have the like, which is conservatives, right? They're just nationalist conservatives. Then you have the Liberal Party, right? And they formed a coalition. Democracy Now! On voter suppression 7 years ago. If you want to play it, oh god, depression. Well, we have a story on Amy Goodman, so oh no. Why do you like depressing me, Jersey? Why can't you be happy, girl? Only happy news here. He wants to kill me.
See, I mean, they have some good reporters, and
this is her way of killing the stream.
Others who really do care about the news.
You have a political stream. I do. True story.
For a lot, you know, their main driver is going to be that type of stuff, and that's just not. It's not going to click
politics,
right
now. CAC W full of junk. Yep, junk. Oh man.
Especially with Ben, and especially with a lot of the way that they have to try and approach the Trump administration. Because for them, they want influence too, and you can't be openly critical. So they're in the same spot as the Blue Anon guys were when Biden was at his nadir. Remember, like Harry's sister, sorry, Harry. I know you had it on the show and we appreciated you coming on. But my point is like those diehard Biden guys, they look like idiots. Like and when Biden, especially around the debate and that time period, we're like, bro, what are you doing? Like they had their audience, like a lot of, even their own like blue, Democrat audience was like, hey guys, like you're really defending Biden a lot here. Like, I'm sorry, like I just don't agree. So it's a tale as old as time.
Yeah.
I think in political coverage.
He also lost a couple of his biggest, most prominent personalities.
Yeah.
Candace obviously left in very, contentious circumstances. You had Brett Cooper, who also, went independent, and
Looks
now
like he fired her. Too.
I haven't followed that closely, but it seems like she's tried to reposition herself somewhat and have, more of an independent.
Why don't we just breaking points and chill? I'll show you a breaking point. Oh, I should use that one next time. I love it. Thank you.
Approach in terms of her views
I'll be
on
here all day.
Israel, and she's got this very young audience.
I'm not asking what that means. something breaking back, something back, right?
She herself is very young, so she would have more finger on
Sex breaking back, yeah,
the
something.
pulse there, etc. So that also shows the limits of what you could do, because there's no reason, putting aside whatever personal or ideological conflicts, once you're as big as Candace Owens, there's just no reason to stay. Why would you not do your own thing and make your own money and set your...
I agree. I mean, technically, isn't that what Breaking Points did, right? They were on the Hill, and I remember I used to watch them on the Hill because I found them pretty interesting for like the only ones who would be willing to speak on these kind of issues. And then one week they were just like, we left. Like, we're out of this bitch. And we're starting our own YouTube channel. And I was like, well, I love YouTube because I watch Kyle Kalinske on there, right? So then I immediately went there, and yeah. I think I was like one of the first, because I remember that day, right? I was like in one of the classes, and I was like, oh, I got to turn them on and watch, right? See what the Hill has to say on the news. And they said they announced it. I was like, what? Their own YouTube channel? The fuck? Right? It's kind of crazy. I remember that. They had like brick on the background, I think it was. Hold on, let's check. Yeah, they had like this brick. Look at this. This was their announcement, guys. How long ago was this? 4 years ago already? Wow.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our YouTube channel. Thank you to the 40,000 of you who've already subscribed. You guys already completely blew us away. I didn't tell you. The last 24 hours have been the craziest 24 hours of our entire lives. Like, we woke up, we literally had no idea what to expect. Blew us away on the subscriptions. Blew us away on the YouTube reception. On our channel.
Please clap,
our
please
video
clap.
that we've already posted. It's just totally great.
Thelonious Thunk. Welcome back, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you again.
The first time that
the YouTube reception on our channel, on our video that we've already posted, it's just totally crazy.
Yeah, so we woke up. The first
Dumps.
sign that it was
They
going to
call
be a
them
good
dumps.
day
Big,
is we
massive
had
dumps.
Published the sign up page
Right.
for the premium subscribers.
Just to make sure it was all good.
Right,
you know?
but there was no way to find it.
No.
I don't know how.
Yeah, I don't know how people found it.
But before we even announced
Couldn't care
it,
less.
we're starting to sign up, and we're like, that's a good sign. Then we launch, we announce on Twitter, we press send on the email that we had painstakingly drafted over weeks.
Weeks of my life went into this email.
And this is where we had asked you guys, hey, sign up at crystallandsoccer.com if you want to be the first to know. And the email is not working. And MailChimp is telling us there's
MailChimp sucks. See, guys, running a stream is hard work.
Is that blue? Is that fucking blue? This is fucking blue.
I can relate to this now even more. Right? And when you have these third-party companies, it's even more buggy half the time, right? So, yeah. Hey, Patricia, welcome back.
sign up at crystallandsoccer.com if you want to be the first to know.
and the email is not working. And
Yeah.
MailChimp is telling us there's like
We violated their terms of service.
terms of service. Exactly.
They thought we were running an OnlyFans. I shit you not. That's
We're-
what they put in there.
Oh, Wow. really?
Yeah, they were like, you acceptable use content. And I look at it, and it's like sex work. And I was like, what do you people think is happening over here? What do you
Oh shit! Oh shit! No wonder. It's because they saw breaking points, and the only time you do a breaking point is in bed. Oh.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Jersey, you wouldn't know what a breaking point is. Oh.
This is now the subscription that's being run. I don't
understand.
understand.
I feel judged for my name.
What's that? What's that, brother?
Bing, 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 bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, in the old days, bing, bong.
You know, with the map,
Bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, bing,
See,
bing, bing,
even-
bing, bing, bing.
Even MailChimp was like, yo, dog, this shows sex work.
That's what they put in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were like, you acceptable use content. And I look at it, and it's like sex work. And I was like, what do you people think is happening over here? What do you... This is now the subscription that's being run. I don't understand.
I feel judged for
That's
my
right.
for my
See?
name right
There
now.
you go.
I
You
think
were-
that's what it was.
No, I'm sure. And so then Crystal and I are like, we're on the phone, right? Her AirPods are dying. We've been on the phone for like an hour. We can't like figure out. We're like, what are we gonna do? Who are we? We have 60,000 of you signed up to get that email.
Yeah.
I promised you all you guys were gonna get it first. She's on with constant
I was
contact.
trying to figure out constant contact, but then
I'm
the
on-
CSV files.
Oh, that's another one. That's a bitch to. It's really annoying to use. It's really annoying to use. I believe from some of the comments and what I just heard, I'm glad I missed most of this. Glad. Oh yeah. No, you missed a good one. God, Jersey.
The biggest load that we've seen.
I didn't think Sagar was taller than Crystal.
I'm trying to split this. You're trying to both talk to MailChimp
Yes.
and start up
Via chat.
another
Yeah,
service.
and so I'm on this chat with these MailChimp guys, and I was like, hey, I've already paid you $500 in fees. And like, this is ridiculous. And he's
How
like,
much?
I've already paid you $500 in fees. And like, this is ridiculous. And he's like, well, sir, we'd be happy to offer you a refund. I'm like,
And I went on groceries. Very simple word, groceries. Like almost, you know, who uses the word?
Within 2 business days.
I almost lost it. I literally almost had a heart attack on the spot.
Yeah, that
Finally,
pisses me off.
after we blasted them on Twitter, oh, miraculously, I get
They
a
responded.
immediate response from MailChimp,
We didn't
and there we
listen.
go. We're good to
We
go.
didn't
We send an
listen.
email. Since then, it's just been incredible. I can't even tell you. You guys made this entire thing possible. To all of you who subscribed at crystalandsaga.com, became premium members, you justified all of this.
Yeah.
I mean, we took a huge risk. We left a lot of money on the table. Like, let me tell you something.
We were really nervous leaving the Hill because, I mean, you know what it is.
You don't know.
You're getting a paycheck, you got health insurance,
Yes.
you got, all the costs are covered and all of that stuff.
He's all
And
dolled up today,
we
huh?
believed in you guys. We believed in.
Look at that,
you told us
Josephus.
How much the show meant to you, how much what we're trying to do together meant to you. And
Eat your heart
could
out,
not have
dog.
in my wildest dreams, imagine the way you all showed up for us yesterday. And so, thank you. That's really the bottom line.
She's got her tan.
Thank you. And
Very lovely. Yeah, she's got her tan.
so excited about what we're going to be able to do here together.
I remember what my point is. It's actually kind of funny. I'm seeing this again because I remember this announcement, right? And like I relate to it even more now because I've had a lot of problems with the stream. So like this kind of stuff really pisses me off.
About the type of content, the type of interviews, the type of analysis we're going to be able to bring you. Can't wait to reveal to you.
All right.
your own terms and not have to deal with a boss. Why would you not do that? But to your point, Sagar, about how the woke college kids or the CRT curricula isn't selling the way it used to. That's actually a point Tucker made in his interview with the New York Times. I don't know if you listened to the whole interview, but he said, listen, I think the only thing people are going to really focus on is economics because it's getting that dire.
All you ladies, pop your pussy like this.
AI,
Shake your body. Don't stop. Don't miss. All you ladies, pop your pussy like this. Shake your body. Don't stop. Don't miss. Just do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it now. Lick it good. Suck this pussy just like you should right now. Lick it good. Suck this pussy just like you should my neck. My back. Lick my pussy and my crack.
Obviously, with the Iran war, affordability crisis, that is where the energy is going to be. And if you aren't focused on that, then people are not going to be interested in what you have to say. And I think he's probably right about that.
It's just so obvious. I don't think it takes a genius really to figure it out. I mean, at the end of the day, the cultural stuff is what gets your base animated, and then you get the swing voters and others to come on your side when you convince them that things are going to be better for you, right? I mean, is it the cultural
issues? This sounds too dismissive. I'm not saying they're not important, but it's almost like a luxury to get to focus on those sorts of debates because if you're just trying to make it through month to month and survive and keep the lights on, of course that's going to be your number one concern first.
Totally, yes. That's why the culture war, the most culture wars that we had in my lifetime was in the 90s because shit was fine. Everything was mostly fine. Now, a lot of people will get mad, but that's the truth, okay? Most of the time, why do you think Lewinsky was such a big scandal? Okay, when the Dow and the S&P are up so high and we're living in the unipolar moment, that's only in this very unique moment in time. Could anybody even pretend to give a shit, with about Ken Starr and Lewinsky and the wall-to-wall coverage. When things are really dire, nobody wants to hear it. Whenever we're talking about, some of these 2022 controversies. I mean, imagine even trying to seriously talk about that right now. We barely have time for vitally important stories because we're in the middle of a global realignment war happening in not only in the Middle East, which is spiking gas to existential levels for American households. That's all anybody is going to want.
Imagine covering the racial makeup of the Little Mermaid remake at this point. You'd be
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in our own coverage.
I'm telling you, as a person,
war in economics.
This is a person who, I'm not saying I don't care about this stuff, but again, I care a lot more about the price of gas and about the ability of my fellow citizens to not die from starvation or something like that than I do about those things. Those are just fights for another day. I think at the current moment. But if that's all you've got in your quiver, it ain't going to be good for you going forward. And by the way, there's 3 more years of this shit. So let's see, let's see how much let's see how that works out for said crew.
Right.
Today we recognize World.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
We're continuing our conversation on voting rights. Still with us is Professor Carol Anderson, author of the new book, One Person, No Vote, How Voter Suppression is Destroying Our Democracy. The book looks at how African-American voter participation has been systematically compromised since the 2013 Supreme Court decision that gutted the 1965 Voting Rights Act.
Yeah, this one was really bad, too.
In her new book, Anderson tracks the subsequent rise of voter suppression laws across the United States so that by 2016 election, the number of black voters nationwide dropped from 66% turnout to under 60%. The discrepancy was greater in certain key areas, like Milwaukee, where turnout went down from 78% in 2012 to less than 50% 4 years later. President Trump won Wisconsin by a margin of fewer than 23,000 votes.
Yep, and I've talked about this too, right? This is what they do, is they suppress these cities, like Milwaukee, right? And Wisconsin's a swing state, guys. And then, right? How do you think Scott Walker got elected to governor over there, right? He was really bad, and he did a bunch of this stuff too, right?
And Carol Anderson is chair of the African American Studies Department at Emory University.
He was sort of MAGA before MAGA too, right? He was a different kind of MAGA, right?
In Atlanta, Georgia. Again, her book, One Person, One Vote, How Voter Suppression is Destroying Our Democracy. So, Professor Anderson, would you say that President Trump won in 2016 because of voter suppression?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. In White Rage, in the epilogue of White Rage, one of the things that I looked at was voter suppression in Wisconsin and felony disfranchisement in Florida. In those two states alone, so that in 2016, there were 60,000 fewer voters in votes cast in 2016 in Wisconsin. 68% of that drop came out of Milwaukee, where 70% of the state's black population lives. And so in that, and Milwaukee is a Democratic stronghold. So the change there, because of the voter suppression put in place by Scott Walker and the Republican legislature, that specifically targeted Milwaukee, that had a massive shift. And so that narrow margin that Trump won in Wisconsin, that is due to what happened there in Milwaukee. And in fact, a study showed that 8% of whites could not vote because of voter ID laws. But 27% of African Americans in Wisconsin could not vote because of.
Like, that's enough, guys, right? That's enough to shift the elections in those states, yeah.
Voter ID laws. Voter suppression swung the Electoral College in Wisconsin to Trump. And then with felony disfranchisement in Florida, just looking at the numbers there, and the numbers show that 80% of those who are disfranchised are Democrats, and that in terms of voter turnout rate for those who have regained their full citizenship rights, their voting rights, is that you're looking at about a 20% turnout rate. Just running those numbers alone, it showed that the 100,000+ margin that Trump won, in fact, would have flipped to over 200,000+ for Hillary Clinton. Those two states alone, the Electoral College victory in those two states alone would have swung to Hillary Clinton. Trump won by voter suppression.
Well, Carol Anderson, I'd like to ask you, one of the chapters in your book, you detail the various ways that voter suppression has been used in recent years, especially after the Supreme Court Shelby decision. But chapter 3, you talk about
money. Okay? Thank you, Kraken Pill, for gifting Peeble a gifted sub. What up? Love it.
Purges, and I want to just read the first few sentences there. The story read like something straight out of Stalinist Russia, but this country was the United States.
Kraken Pill 2 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Can't do it without your support. Kraken Pill.
Thank you.
Thank you for the 10 gifted.
Thank you. Damn,
I didn't even see that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, girl. I love it. Can't do it without your support, guys. We got a hype train coming. Hell yeah, girl. Thank you so much. This allows me to do it more often, right? Because, you know, I'm a small channel here on Twitch, so without your support, guys, I can't do it. Thank you so much, Kraken Pill. Much love. My girl, Kraken Pill, coming in hot with 10 community gifted subs. LaCroix Boy, Squirrel Nuts, Jason Society, Peeble, The Train Show, Waxing Philosophical, Rocco Slide, Cream Fiend, Corvette, or Robin, and Sync Portal. Oh shit. He's just gonna buy expensive coffee and hair goop. True. How'd you know, Jers? Take it to my Baba, my Solanas kid.
States in the 21st century. Virginia, 41,637 purged. Florida, 182,000 purged. Indiana, 481,235 purged. Georgia, 591,549 purged. Ohio, 2 million purged. The issue of how the purging of rolls, now clearly many rolls in many cities especially are need to be purged because people move and they forget to re-register, or they re-register and their old address is still there. But these are astounding numbers in terms of purges across the country in many of these states.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the National Voter Registration Act is very clear about how voter roll maintenance is supposed to happen. But what we see are very aggressive secretaries of state who are skipping over many of those steps and going straight to non-voting as the reason why people are being purged. And so what we have here, for instance, in Georgia, is that Brian Kemp's office has said, we don't purge people because they haven't voted regularly. We purge people because they haven't had regular contact with election officials. But if you haven't changed your name, then you're not going to have a contact with election officials. If you haven't moved out of one voting precinct, one jurisdiction to another, not moving within, but moving outside of, then you're not going to have contact. And so the only reason you haven't had regular contact then is that you haven't voted regularly. Well, what we know from the research is that minorities, poor people, and young people don't vote regularly. And so it becomes a way, by using that characteristic as a way to wipe them off of the voter rolls. From 2016 to 2018, so in the past 2 years, a Brennan Center report shows that Kemp's office has removed 10.6% of registered voters off of the rolls in Georgia. Over 10% have been removed off of the rolls.
That's enough to change the elections, right? Because Georgia was like within 1 percentage point.
In the past 2 years. That's not voter roll maintenance. That is really beginning to cull the electorate.
You know, it seems like a path to governorship or Senate is to be Secretary of State of any state, right, where you're going to determine who is going to vote. Now, if you could talk, Carol Anderson, broadly in the country, but using specific examples of, as you talk about, you're a professor, chair of African American Studies at Emory, what the research shows about the limitations that are put on voters and who that disproportionately affects, why people of color and poor people are most disproportionately affected, using specific examples.
Yes, and so the best way to talk about this, for instance, voter IDs. Voter IDs sound really innocuous, but they're based on the lie, the fraud of voter fraud, the lie of voter fraud. Voter fraud is a myth. Justin Levitt, a professor out of California, proved that from 2000 to 2014, there had been 1 billion votes in the United States. Out of those 1 billion, he was able to document 31 cases.
They just don't like people voting, right? That's the real fraud.
Of voter impersonation fraud. 31 out of 1 billion. So that's about 2 a year. Based on that lie of massive, rampant voter fraud, we get this movement toward voter IDs to protect the integrity of the ballot box. So it's what Ari Berman talked about. So you write the laws in terms of the kinds of IDs and what those IDs must have. And so you write those laws, for instance, in North Dakota. So now Native Americans are not going to be able to vote in mass the way they could have because of a simple tweak in that law of voter ID that is based on a lie. And so what we see as well in Alabama, what Alabama did in terms of voter suppression, its voter ID law, is it said, okay, you have to have a government-issued photo ID. The Legal Defense Fund noted that somehow public housing ID was not on that list of government-issued photo ID. Alabama is a poor state. They have many people in public housing, 71% of whom...
I didn't know that. There you go. You have to have a photo ID, but not for public housing? The fuck? Don't you have to go through a whole other process to get public housing? This is so stupid. See what I mean? Oh my God, guys.
But Alabama ruled that public housing ID was not an acceptable form of government-issued photo ID.
That's the definition of government issued, right? Yeah, that's how you know this is all a giant fucking scam.
Doesn't get more government issued.
There you go.
Public housing.
Exactly. Huh? See, and this is often like what conservatives do, right? They twist stuff to make it seem like, oh no, all these people are, and then they get you to talk about these issues with serious, but then you don't know this, right? This is it, right? There you go, right? So they shift the conversation from having, how do we make everybody be able to vote, to that, right? And then they don't bring up that you can't even do this stuff. Hey, Thorn, long time no see. How you been?
Rare.
Nice.
What Alabama did was say, okay, but you know, your driver's license will count. Then Alabama shut down the Department of Motor Vehicles in the Black Belt counties. And those are counties in Alabama that are overwhelmingly poor and that also have a large number of African Americans. And so now you had at least about a 50-mile trip in order to get to the nearest Department of Motor Vehicles. Well, Alabama is ranked 48th in the nation in public transportation. So you don't have public transportation to go the 50 miles to get the driver's license. But if you don't have a driver's license, how do you drive 50 miles?
Well, Carol Anderson,
right.
We have
Yes.
about a minute left. I wanted to ask you to also talk about gerrymandering, which many people accept these days as a fact of life. But what has the impact of gerrymandering on voting?
Gerrymandering, extreme partisan gerrymandering, has diluted the vote. It depresses the vote because you have non-competitive races. But what it's also done is to put 16 to 26 additional Republican seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. And it's created these kinds of safe, rotten borough districts where politicians were able to choose their voters instead of their voters choosing them. This is why you see that kind of massive disparity. When Congress is moving to cut and gut the Affordable Care Act, but 70% of Americans want that act strengthened. They want access to health care. Where you see the majority, the overwhelming majority of Americans did not want that tax bill that moved $1.5 trillion to the uber wealthy. Yet you had Congress sailing that bill through. That is because they did not have to be responsive to the will of the voters. That's what gerrymandering does.
Carol Anderson, I want to thank you so much for being with us, Chair of African American Studies Department, Emory University, author of One Person, No Vote, How Voter Suppression is Destroying Our Democracy. She'll be speaking at the Schomburg Center here in New York on October 25th. I'll be speaking on Friday night in Gainesville, Florida at the Forage Hall at Working Food Community Center, 7 p.m. Saturday. I'll be in Melbourne, Florida with Desmond Meade and ACLU Florida's Executive Director Howard Simon. Check our website. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Jesus, that was fast. Could you do it any faster? All right. Kensai, welcome back, buddy. How you been?
Press Freedom Day. It comes at a moment when press freedom is at a 25-year low, according to Reporters Without Borders. Now at a moment when journalists face
This is a great source, by the way. A great NGO, right?
intensifying threats and media consolidation.
What's considered, let's see. Let's go on their website. I haven't been on here in a while. Israel is ranked 116th. Gus likes blowing Mike. Damn right, girl. Israel is ranked 116th, guys. That's crazy. Let's see the full score. Hold on. See the index. Here we go. The world is becoming less free. So like the top 10 are Norway, Netherlands, Estonia, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Ireland, Switzerland, Luxembourg, Portugal. Germany's 14th. God damn it, Germany. Step it up. Canada is 20th. Jesus. I think that might be the only American country in the top 20. Right? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's the only American country, guys. There's not a single other one. Australia is 33rd. Wow, you got to scroll all the way down to get to an American country. Well, there's Suriname. New Zealand is ranked higher than Australia. That's crazy. Costa Rica. Of course, it's Costa Rica. Freedom of the press and freedom of expression are two highly respected principles in Costa Rica, an exception in Latin America. An exception, see? Nevertheless, there has been steady increase of violations in recent years, and the government of President Rodrigo Chavez Robles has restricted access to public information. Yeah, that's probably why they went down a little bit. I heard he's a dick. I heard he hasn't been that great as a president. There's been a lot of women's marches. When I went to Costa Rica last time, there was a giant women's march there. It was kind of cool to watch.
Up, a new documentary tells the story of journalist Amy Goodman, the host of the independent daily news show Democracy Now!, who has spent the last 3 decades doggedly holding the powerful to account. Here's a clip from the trailer of Steal This Story, Please.
My first impressions of Amy.
What did you say to those who say that you're a war criminal?
Man, she doesn't care what anybody thinks.
Don't push me. I'm a journalist here.
Independent media is the oxygen of a democracy.
And Amy Goodman joins us now. She is the host and executive producer of Democracy Now! You just celebrated 30 years, an incredible milestone, Amy, for any journalist, let alone independent journalist. But I want you to kind of reflect on this moment that we find ourselves in, having seen the past 30 years, and whether or not it is more difficult now to operate in an independent media environment or harder, given the fact that you have a president who's going after journalists and media organizations.
Right. We have a president who calls the press the enemy of the people. That is extremely dangerous. There's a reason why freedom of the press is enshrined in the First Amendment of the Constitution. It is essential to the functioning of a democratic society. And the flip side of that is the public's right to know. That's why we are here. And then people can make up their own minds. But the idea that this is under assault is extremely dangerous for democracy, and we have to take it extremely seriously.
But is it harder for you as an independent journalist now over the past 30 years, or do you find it easier right now? I don't know if easier is the right word, but are you finding that there's more public support coming from individuals and the way that Democracy Now! Is supported?
Well, Democracy Now! Is supported by a global audience of readers, listeners, and viewers. It's on 1,500 public radio and television stations around the world, but also online. But, you know, the Trump administration has zeroed out the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And as this film, Steal This Story, Please, has come out, we go around the country and do the Q&As afterwards, but hold fundraisers for public television and public radio, especially the poorest stations and Native American reservations on rural areas. I am really concerned that these stations are going to close. There's a reason why the CPB was set up. In the 1960s, you had Johnson. Bill Moyers was in the White House. And the media activists said, with the hyper-commercialization of the media, we need to protect an educational public space. And now they have just eviscerated that. It's really serious.
Well, at the same time that public media has been defunded and is under attack, you've also seen the proliferation of a lot of citizen journalists and sort of like micro-journalistic organizations, people who are influencers on platforms like TikTok or Instagram. How do you think that has changed journalism as an industry, or the kinds of information that Americans are able to, or in fact, seek out?
I mean, we could never have predicted the way the social media platforms have come into being, and there is a lot good, I think, in this. You know, at Democracy Now! It's 8 to 9 every morning, and classes come in from around New York City, maybe high schoolers, journalism students, mid-year journalists from around the world. And I always say to them that on the one hand, we can get more information not from the traditional gatekeepers. That's what the internet has provided, and social media platforms. On the other hand, it can be a global rumor mill, and we all know with young people, they can just get surrounded by silos of hate. So how do you find trustworthy information?
Silos of hate.
DemocracyNow.org is a great way to go to as a kind of gateway for seeing what people are doing all over the world. Reporters know.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Uh-huh. Kensai 777 just got a 45-day stream streak. www.edawayet.et.
Thank you, Kensai. What up? 45 days of Gustex. Love it.
A global news organization, and what we do mostly is bring out the voices of people at the grassroots who are closer.
You're almost at 6-7
to the story. Not your typical pundits who know so little about so much, explaining the world to us and getting it so wrong, but the people who are affected most. And it's trying to figure out, as I say to these students, what exactly you can trust, and doing really just the tenets of good journalism, being fair and accurate. When someone can't tell their own story, maybe their livelihood is threatened, maybe they've been disappeared, family member's been killed, you find someone else who's close to that. And, I always talk about going to where the silence is. That is our job as journalists. And sometimes it's not so quiet. It's raucous, it's rowdy, people are organizing, but it doesn't hit the corporate media radar screen. And that's where we live.
You've been remarkably consistent over the course of your career. People can tune into Democracy Now! And they know what to expect, and they know how you are going to question an interviewer, the person you're interviewing, without fear or favor. What has driven you and what motivates you throughout your career?
To hold those in power to account. That's our job as journalists. We're not there to win a popularity contest. We're not a party to the parties. Whether I'm questioning the late President George H.W. Bush or President Clinton, whether we are talking with public officials today, it's to get at the truth. Or in many cases, there are truths. I'm not talking about facts that are just solid and you really can't question them, but hearing how people perceive things. And I think the most important thing is talking to people at the target end of, in our case, the most powerful country on earth, the United States, of foreign policy. So when you have the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran, you're talking to Iranians, Iranian professors, academics, poets. When we're talking about the hundreds of journalists who've died in Gaza, talking to people in Gaza, Palestinians, talking to Israeli peace activists, going to the heart of the story. That's why we call Democracy Now! News with a heart, the exception to the rulers.
Amy Goodman, thanks so much, and congrats on the documentary.
Thank you.
Crazy.
Joining us now to talk about the global economic impacts from the Iran war is Professor Richard Wolff. He is a professor of economics emeritus at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. He's also co-founder of Democracy at Work and host of their syndicated show, Economic Update. Great to see you, Rick.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you very much, both of you. It's a pleasure to be back.
Yeah, of course. So I wanted to start with this specific news item, and then we can sort of broaden out. But this seems very noteworthy from China. We can put E1 up on the screen. This is from our friends over at Dropsite. They say China invokes blocking statute for the first time. China's Ministry of Commerce has for the first time activated its 2021 blocking rules, ordering all Chinese firms and individuals not to comply with U.S. sanctions targeting 5 independent Chinese oil refineries accused of purchasing Iranian crude. Beijing called the U.S. measure imposed under 2 executive orders an unjustified and improper use of extraterritorial law. The move puts multinational companies operating in both markets in direct legal conflict. Compliance with U.S. sanctions now risks violating Chinese law and vice versa. Global banks and firms with dollar exposure face secondary sanctions risk if they continue dealing with the affected refineries. So help us understand, if you could, the significance of this action from the Chinese.
Well, my judgment is it's very significant. It marks a change in the way that the Chinese are approaching what has been the American foreign policy now for quite some years. I would describe that policy as very provocative interferences in a way previous American governments have not felt entitled to do. The Trump administration prides itself on doing what previous governments didn't do. I mean, the war in Iran is a grosser example of all of that. And what the Chinese have done until now, excuse me, is tiptoe around it, make believe they didn't know about it, urge their banks.
I think it's very bold. I think it's good.
And others to find evasive ways of getting around it. Now, that is most of the time enough. Sanctions are a very crude instrument. We have been applying sanctions as a nation, and the United States does that more than any other country on earth. Nobody else is even close. We have been applying sanctions, as folks know, on Cuba, on North Korea, on Russia for years and years and years, and they have found very quickly ways around it. And so they can pretend not to notice and get around it, and no more feathers get ruffled. What the Chinese just did in the clip that you just showed us was to say, if you allow me to paraphrase our president, no more Mr. Nice Guy. We are not going to, tiptoe around you. We are simply saying to the world, no more. We, the Chinese government, will not permit our banks to be threatened in this way, to be inconvenienced, it costs a little to get around sanctions. It's not that it's free, it's a nuisance. But we're not going to allow that anymore, and we're serving notice on the whole world that this is no longer our problem. We are not alone. The Chinese going to figure out how to dance around Mr. Trump. We're throwing down a kind of gauntlet, if you will, saying no. And so this raises enormous questions, because now the next issue is, how seriously will the Chinese government pursue any Chinese or other entity that conforms to what the United States wants and thereby violates what the Chinese just did? So we'll see. And, it's another one of these little, not so little,
hell yeah, Thelonious, hell yeah,
maneuvers
guys.
Around the chessboard, and we all wonder who's going to yell uncle first. Right now, I have to tell you, though, as an American economist, worked here all my life, and I'm glad about that this is embarrassing, that this is not the way international trade ought to be conducted. And it looks to the whole world, my colleagues around the world, including many that are very friendly to the United States, it really looks like a country that can't compete in the old ways, having to do it in these ways. And when you look at it that way,
that's a good point.
Then the sympathy begins to move towards China as being the victim of this change. And they're all worried that they will be the next victim of the change. And it's shifting the whole world balance in ways that, if I were a policymaker, would worry me.
Professor, let's zoom out more. You just spoke there about China. But what does this mean generally? You were talking there about the international trading system, U.S. dollar hegemony. Like, the basis of the American empire has really rested on its economic might, not just to compel countries, but to do business with a lot of these countries. When you combine this with the current Iran situation and the level of damage U.S. consumers are taking, for example, let's put the gas price up here now on the screen. We currently have it at $4.44, or about $4.45 a gallon at the national average, over $6 a gallon in the state of California. So we're punishing our own domestic economy. We're also doing, kind of like you said, embarrassing ourselves on the international front. Some sort of new order will emerge from this. What's that going to look like? And how's that going to affect us?
Not with us in it.
Well, things are going very, very fast, and they're going downhill for the dollar.
Yeah.
I don't want to be misunderstood. The dollar is still the most important global currency, but it is nowhere near as powerful, as dominant as it once was. So comforting yourself by saying, well, over 50% of the central banks of the world keep their reserve to back up their own currency in dollars, true enough, but it used to be 80%. Right. And that is a sea change in terms of what is counted as secure. We just crossed a milestone a few days ago when our national debt exceeds our GDP. That's a usual warning sign. But to whom is it a warning? To the people who lend to the United States, countries, companies, banks, Americans, foreigners. they all now have to ask a question. Is this declining role of the dollar something that ought to make me either stop lending to the United States the way we've been doing for the last 30 years, or lend but demand much higher interest payments to compensate for the rising risk of the number one debtor country in the world? And now let me add to that Iran. The Gulf countries, the half dozen countries out there, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, all of that, they have taken a shellacking in this war. Americans don't perhaps grasp it, but the Iranians have been extraordinarily successful, far beyond anything that any of us foresaw, in damaging American bases in those countries, damaging gas and oil facilities in those countries. Those are all key players in what's called the petrodollar system. The fact that for many years, oil was priced in dollars, requiring everybody anywhere in the world to have dollars. Wonderful for our country because everybody has to get their hands on dollars. And if they have dollars and hold them, the nicest way to hold them is to lend them to the American government because you get interest when you hold your dollar that way. Well, let me just give you a footnote as a strategist. If the United States had had to fight the wars in Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, or anywhere else with money taxed from the American people to pay for the war, the opposition to those wars would have been greater than anything we can imagine for obvious reasons. Instead, the whole world lent us the money with which we could fight those wars without taxing our people. We could use the borrowed money. And if you want to...
Yeah, he's absolutely right. 100%. Right? That's why like Japan, China, who are like there's a bunch of countries, we looked at the pie chart, they all own all our debt, right? And most of it is, everybody says Social Security, at least Republicans do, right? I've heard some people even say that, but it's, if you really think about it, if you just raised the Social Security cap, like we talked about with Dice Beans, this wouldn't be an issue. So most of this is just foreign wars, guys. They're holding our debt for our wars and our corporate welfare state that we created over these past like 50 years, right? 60 years.
Really understand the craziness of this. The Chinese, who are major lenders to the United States,
I think the third
because they
second.
sell us so much stuff and get so many dollars that they then hold as treasury securities, that the Chinese government, on the other side of every one of those wars, was helping the U.S. pay for the war.
Fixing things is not the Democrats' way, Gus.
Against
I'm
which
sorry.
the Chinese were
You're right.
fighting. But
Whoopsies.
the craziness of our global economic system makes those things happen. And right now, they are happening to diminish the standing of the dollar. And while it hasn't yet hit us, it will. And if you want a taste of where it's going,
I wouldn't marry our
have to look
country.
at Europe. Europe is a kind of basket case now of where we are going. We're not yet there. We have advantages in this country the Europeans don't have. But the Europeans, this morning's headlines all over Great Britain, are that the cost of living is
30-minute break is not long enough break. Gonna zoom home. Oh, okay, Living Lily, no worries.
literally
At least you're watching.
out of control. It's as if you showed those statistics you had in front of us a few moments ago, but it covered many, many more commodities than gasoline. And it together was really hurting the standard of living of the mass of the British people.
So let's talk a little bit about who is going to cry uncle here, because right now the Iran war is predominantly being engaged as economic warfare. There are some indications this morning we may be going back to hot kinetic warfare, but as of right now, it's predominantly economic warfare.
Guys.
You can put this next element up on the screen. This is gas prices. This is the way most Americans will interact with the war. This was from a little while ago now. The gas price is up a little bit more. It's at $4.46 for the national average. And so the bet from Trump is that if they can enforce this blockade against Iran, that's going to curtail their oil exports, that their economy is really going to struggle. They've been fed this line that their oil wells are going to explode and they're going to run out of storage capacity very quickly, and then it's going to be a big problem for the Iranians, and that the U.S., although consumers don't want to pay these prices at the pump, will be able to withstand the economic pressure longer, and that it will be less of a problem for the U.S. to deal with than the Iranians. What can you tell us about your assessment of those dynamics?
Well, it's a little bit like a problem I had teaching mathematics. The odds are that there's an immense array of possible outcomes. I mean, the more we use our imaginations, we human beings, the more we can foresee it could go this way, it could go that way, and all of that's true. But the job of the brain is to try to focus in on what are the most likely, because you can't prepare for everything, and you have to make choices, and so you do. And we live in a country whose leadership, I'm talking now about the Trump people, has been systematically hostile to other forms of energy, and systematically favoring oil, fossil fuels.
So corporate welfare, yes.
Gas, all
what I just said.
All of that. The problem is when you do that and you then give to places like Iran a weapon they didn't have before, you really can't be claiming surprise if they...
Rigel, want to test the DS9 game with me? I got to play test it. Just type in !doc and you'll get assigned. I think you get assigned the you get assigned the next role, which is you're basically going to be Kira. Here, I got it. It's just basically like a station simulator. All right. Random stuff happens and then you have to respond. So the way you vote is, yeah, Rigel, just type in !doc and I think you'll become second in command. And it like every day, every couple minutes a day passes, so. There's like all these there's every like decision causes like a reaction, and we gotta like work together. Basically, it's like a game we have to work together. So
use the weapon. They knew, like everybody did, that a quarter of the world's oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz. They can't possibly fight the United States on a military basis. They're an infinitely poorer country, not to mention smaller and all the rest. Mm-hmm. So they either have to come up with some other kind of weapon, or they're not going to be able to pull off anything in this situation. They'll have to do what Mr. Trump says. They figured it out. He emphasizes oil and gas, and they can control effectively the price of that. And so what we're seeing is the screaming of all those in America who thought they had a big friend in Mr. Trump because he tilted in their direction, their kind of energy, their commodity, the gas-burning automobile that uses it, and so forth, not imagining, failure of imagination, what kind of vulnerability goes with that. And they have now learned.
Yeah, we all vote. So basically what you do is you all vote. You can join into Josephus, but just play testing it, seeing how it works.
And then what is Mr. Trump going to do? He can't deny.
You basically all like vote and you all have a role. So if something happens, you have to respond as a role. Yeah, why don't you join too? Just hit !Doc.
That he favored the very energy source that is now being priced out of everybody's range. He's going to...
Okay, so you're basically Odo, right? You're chief of security. So you have to deal with any like hostile people coming in. And my job and Brigel's job is to basically keep them from causing a ruckus. Yeah. We need like an infirmary person, and we need a chief of operations or like engineer.
Tell a story about something that might happen.
I'm a doctor.
In the future.
You can join too, girl, if you want, but you won't understand what's going on because you haven't watched the show. God. So many new things. Damn right, dude. You barely hear. This stuff isn't even that new. Pay attention, Gus. God. Fucking tell you to join and you don't join. Jersey Medicine? I know, right? Jersey and Medicine could never be them. Okay, yeah. Use doc to control. So you can use doc, like you can do accept doc, right? Or doc accept. To deny, right? Hold. If they are actually coming in, but they're not coming in.
To turn a shortage of oil into a glut. Is that possible? Yes. Is that likely?
Don't talk. Well, hit doc. You got to join.
No.
Nobody's docked yet, so.
No, and if you had, half of a brain really working at this, you wouldn't take that chance. You wouldn't lopsidedly go to one in the hopes that it would self-correct. And let me warn you, if you're going to play that game, here's something to worry about. A few days ago, the United Arab Emirates, fourth largest source of oil that we have on this planet, withdrew from OPEC, stopped working as it has for decades with the Saudi Arabian...
All right, so this is the dilemmas, right? Somebody is murdering members of Kira's old resistance cell. One is a cryptic message. The killer is a Cardassian who survived the attack. Who survived an attack she led to. Okay, so... I would do apprehend with full security because we have a security, right? We have Gaius as security. So that'll help her chances, right?
Run cartel of that part of the world's oil.
Because of all these extra games. Yeah, I probably have to that's why I want to play test it. I'm going to make it, I'm going to have to pace all this stuff out, right? Because currently it's set to every 3 or 4 minutes. Probably do that to every 8 minutes just to slow it down.
Story short.
Execute them on site. Yeah, let's do option B. I mean, if you guys disagree, vote, but. Hey, Mr. Mumbles.
Mumbless TV just raided our broadcast with 8. Thanks for the raid.
Mumbliss TV. What up? I love that. Mumbliss TV.
Why? Because they don't like being held back. They have a lot of oil. They don't pull it up. They don't sell it.
How you doing, buddy? Long time no see. How's everything been? Did you get a new account or something? I'm so confused. Yeah, it says you got a new account.
Saudi Arabia holds back oil from what we could have to drive up the price because they sell that. They're just doing what every monopolist ever did in the history of the world. Nothing new, nothing strange, nothing exceptional.
I lost it due to authentication issues. Oh, I almost got that with my Gloggy account. I was so pissed because it's actually, I really like that account, so. Yeah.
And by the way, with the...
Yeah, almost. I was like, thank God I didn't lose it.
Active support.
Yeah, it's the worst.
Of the United States, which of course doesn't say that.
Well, Twitch also doesn't let you use the same account. For the longest time, they didn't even let you. Justin Freakin, what up? Thank you. Welcome to the stream. My name is Gus Dex. We cover news and politics here. And we do other fun stuff, but mostly that, right? Mostly that.
To its own people, because otherwise your upset at high gas prices would go to Washington rather than to foreigners upon whom it can be lopped.
Viewer discretion is advised. New follower to the commune. Thank you, Justin Freakin.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Okay. So we apprehended them, right? Extradition request denied. Kira finds... but obviously that's going to have consequences because the Kardashians aren't going to like that, right? So I tried to program it as much as possible where like every vote, everything you do on the station, everyone you let on has like a response or like an interaction with someone else. Right. I tried to make it like a town simulator. Has anyone ever played The Sims or like SimTown? That's basically what this is, but with like political stuff, and it's Star Trek. So arrival on Dorian private yacht. Okay. VIP transport. Do we accept, right?
United Arab.
Andorians are part of the Federation, so. Cutting out. That's why I wanted to check. Also, why is it like doing it? Okay, mediate the contract. Or refuse. This is going to be a harder one, guys. What do you guys think? B or C? I gotta slow it down because I think it's the one thing I've noticed. It's doing it too quickly, right? So like it needs to be like every maybe like 10 minutes somebody ducks or something. That's why I wanted to play test it with you guys. I'm gonna do C because I don't think the Federation would allow that, right? Like, you gotta fucking kill yourself to get your desecrated. Remember that? Jesus Christ. Can't read that fast. Yeah, neither can I, so.
Emirates want. It wants to bring up the roughly...
Yeah.
One.
That's why I wanted to play test it with you guys, right? But you get the idea, right? So random stuff happens, and then, we all have to, like, help maintain the station, right?
1.5 to 2 million barrels of oil per day that it could bring up but hasn't been, because it has to repair the damage Iran has done to their oil facilities, to the American bases there. The damage of the missiles from Iran is very significant, as it is in Israel. And we can keep pretending that it isn't the case, but the world is too small for that. You can find it out if you do a little bit of effort. So here's my story. United Arab Emirates will succeed, and they won't be the only one. And we might very well see the glut that clip you just showed, implies. But that's not altogether good news either, because then the price of oil will collapse. And if it does, $30, $25, a barrel instead of what we see now, then all of the fracking in the Midwest of this country will stop, and they'll all be out of business. And if you think that's not a problem, you're making a mistake, because all of that depends on bank loans. They will not be able to repay them, and then our banks will be in a problem. I mean, we keep using up every angle we can in this ad hoc.
Damn it. It's not a good outcome.
Government by Mr. Trump, and it's going to come sooner or later. He won't be able to patch it here, and here, and then it'll blow. But it could blow anywhere. But at this point, the mistake was ever, in my judgment, to overdo the dependence on fossil fuel. What is that about? The whole world is going in the other direction. We're not the top dog anymore. We don't run the world economy. That's a fantasy of the second half of the 20th century. That's not what we have anymore. I regret it. You regret it. We all as Americans are having to live with what I just said. And that's hard. And my heart really, it goes out to people. But denying it is not a rational way of coping with this. Then what you do is you get the fantasy of the British, if I can be so unfriendly. They know that their empire is gone. They're just playing at it. That's why they have a king and why he visits and all the rest of it. I don't want to be mean. We don't do that, to our credit. But there's a denial here that the British can no longer, or the French, or they know it's over. We still think we are, and we therefore make decisions on an assumption basis that then comes back and whacks us, and that's what we're experiencing now.
Well said, sir. We appreciate your time and your analysis. You're always dropping knowledge bombs.
All right. I hope
it's not pretend. All right. And then we also have, we talked about this before, but I guess it's official now, right? Spirit is just gone, guys. Gone. No more Spirit. All right, so let me write this down. It looks like it's spamming the chat too much, like it's breaking up the messages. It's also doing it too quickly. So I gotta slow it down by about 50%, maybe 100%. Yeah, maybe like yeah, see, so these are like the two things interacting with one another. Okay, so it's working. There is a lot of chat spam for real. Yeah. Well, that's why I wanted to play test it, right? Because I can't do it without I can't do it by myself. I have to be able to.
Let's turn now to Spirit Airlines in terms of the impact. So a lot of different claims going around.
I think what it needs to do is slow the pace down, right? And then like consolidate the messages, because I got buried.
are out there about why Spirit Airlines not only went bankrupt, but went literally ceasing operations overnight, leading to some passengers having to be rebooked, emotional, under goodbye announcements from pilots in the middle of the air. You almost never see this in the United States. Usually airlines are going to bankruptcy. That's not even all that uncommon, but to find a potential buyer, they were potentially going to get a bailout from the government. None of that ended up happening, and they just genuinely went bust overnight with, yes, some signs in the immediate future, but not really many people expected this. So the Trump administration obviously reacting to this over the weekend. Here was
Let's buy Spirit Airlines. Oh my God. The movement grows fast. It has overwhelmed our servers. We are upgrading infrastructure right now, and we'll be back to pledge. Oh my God, I love it. I love it. Everyone, go sign up for this. Go give money to this. Make this a real thing. If you can afford it. Jesus, that's awesome. I hope it's not a scam. 88 million total pledges. Wow. But you can't even do anything yet because the pledges are so much owned by the people. That's amazing. I love it. I love it.
Secretary.
Go support that, guys, if you can. Hey, yo, fuck face. I was timed out from your chat for 10 minutes. You were? Ow. That's the better way to do it. I gotta also change that too. I think that command is too hard to understand. How the hell should I know? I don't know. I didn't do anything, girl.
Scott Bessent saying, actually, it's Biden's fault. Let's take a listen.
The Treasury was supposed to be doing a deal to save this company. Can you tell us what happened?
Sure, Maria. So this is just more of the mess we inherited from the Biden administration. In September 2022, Elizabeth Warren, who loves to write letters, sent a letter to the Justice Department, to the Transport Department, saying that they should oppose the merger with Spirit Airlines. JetBlue wanted to buy them for $3.8 billion. It would have given them much more resiliency. And she and the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg was probably the worst transportation secretary in history when he came.
Why does he look so sleepy, right? He's like
to the office. They were against the merger.
Thanks, Biden.
And if JetBlue had merged with Spirit, we would have all these jobs that were lost yesterday. We had 30 regional airports who have lost service. And I can tell you what happened here. It wasn't Treasury, it was Commerce that was trying to put something together. But the reason we were here was because the Biden administration opposed the merger. We shouldn't have been here in the first place.
So a lot of this is going around in terms of the blame. And I'm actually going to go jump to the last element, guys, here in the block B7 from our friend Matt Stoller, who wrote this piece, Who Killed Spirit Airlines? He says, it wasn't Biden's antitrust enforcers. There were many factors: Trump's Iran war, JetBlue, the big four airlines, and behind all of that, deregulation. This story has happened hundreds of times. I actually think what he points out, and obviously this is mostly about the Iran war, I think that's it more than anything. But just to address this.
That's certainly the final trigger that
right. The Iran war is what actually put the bullet in their head. But obviously they were dying, bleeding out for many years. What happened? They had a proposed merger with JetBlue. And on paper, you're like, okay, well, that seems better. What I wasn't really aware, though, from Matt until I really dug into it was JetBlue's plan was to hike fares and to cancel like 40% or something of their routes. So not really good for the consumer. Now, maybe it'd be better off if they had merged and, it was still moderately there. But however, what I seem to have read now is that many of the airlines were actually lobbying the Biden or the Trump administration not to bail out Spirit Airlines. Why? Because Spirit At the end of the day, listen, I hate Spirit Airlines and I wouldn't fly it, but I fly more than once a year. The vast majority of their customers are 1 to 3 times a year flyers who are looking for a cheap discount fare to go place from A to B, and they don't care if they have to pay if they're not going to get a soda from Washington to Denver for a 4.5 hour flight, right? That's not really a priority.
To pick your seat or
pay
whatever,
to pick your seat. They're like, I don't give a shit. Just get me from point A to point B so I can go see my cousin or can go on vacation. It's fine. I think that's a very valuable place in the market. So what they happen to do is that Spirit's competitive fares actually drag down basic economy fares for all of the big 3 carriers. So the big 3 carriers were desperate actually for the government not to bail out Spirit so they could go bust. This is another reason why JetBlue,
like this is a huge example of just capitalism completely failing, right?
Really wanted to acquire
on principle, right? Like, isn't that what they've always told us that it's supposed to do? Yet it doesn't even work, right?
Spirit and hike the rates was because they're competing against each other. So this is actually a good example of multifactorial policy. Number one is that we had a policy where we had a discount airline, which we potentially would have bailed out. I think we should have bailed them out. And look, I know many people are going to be upset about that, but I think cheaper airfare is a vital and important thing to a functioning first world nation. I just really do. That's why they have Ryanair and all those cheap options in Europe. And honestly, it's really nice for a lot of the people who live there. You can jet, literally across the continent. Here, we've never had that. We're a huge country. I accept that. But a couple $100 as opposed to $600-700 is really, really important to, especially middle class people or families, trying to get somewhere. So you have this general policy where we potentially would have done a bailout. We ultimately didn't do it for a variety of reasons. I mostly think it's because the big 3 airlines said, hey, please don't do it. And then the Iran war doubled their jet fuel cost overnight and basically just put 2 bullets in their head.
Yeah.
And they just had to die. It's honestly
the
a tragic story.
Will fix it.
It's a direct consequence of Iran.
Duh. The market fixes everything. Oh, wait.
But of a lot of other government policy over the years.
Yeah, and to your point, so the big airlines really despise them and have been trying to do everything they can to destroy them. Mm-hmm. And Matt has some reporting that's not totally confirmed, but that he had from an insider about the way they would do that. And so effectively, he said, consumers of low-fare airlines tend to book a few weeks before their trip. So a few weeks before a Spirit flight from, say, New York to Orlando, one or more of the big carriers would radically discount their price on just 20 seats on a similar route. So they would poach those last 20 customers from Spirit. Now, they could afford to effectively sell those seats at a loss. Mm-hmm. And what that means is for Spirit, it would take what would have otherwise been a profitable flight and put it in the red. And so there is if you look at their profitability.
All for what? The long term of it being unprofitable, right? Or sorry, all for for in the long term, more market control, right? Those companies consolidate market control, right? And that's what I mean by this is why, like, whenever you speak to conservatives, right, they will say, oh, well, that's, this is why the free market is so necessary, right? Because it creates competition. But corporations and the profit model always make it where these kind of things will occur, right? Try unregulating this stuff, right? Or try regulating this stuff, right? It's going to be very difficult. Because these are like where the regulations and any sort of laws that come into place, right, they're just not going to hold, right? Because they're going to say, oh, well, we're just trying to be competitive. When in reality, they're not, right? They know they're fucking doing this to fuck over their competition, right? And this is why, like, you never buy that argument that, I mean, I know no one in here does. I'm just trying to explain it, right? Like, whenever you speak to conservatives on this issue, they say this is like their theory on how free markets work, and it's like it just doesn't work like that in practice, right? It doesn't.
over time, somewhere around 2016, it seems like the big carriers figure out this strategy to effectively try to come in and destroy them. And so then now you had them on weak financial footing, looking for a bailout, really being pushed over the cliff by the Iran war and the jet fuel prices. And then who's there to come in and do that final shove over the cliff? The major carriers who want them to be dead. In terms of this JetBlue merger, potential merger, because this is what all the talking points are about. Oh, Biden's antitrust, and even and it's not just the Republicans, by the way, Tandon and other corporate type Democrats coming in using the same argument to argue against future antitrust enforcement were you to have another Democratic administration. The other problem with it, number one, it was sort of on its face illegal. Even Spirit Airlines created a presentation for their shareholders where they're like, this is probably illegal and will probably be blocked. They were contemplating a separate deal where they would merge with another low-cost carrier, Frontier, which seemed to make more sense and would have preserved their business model and preserved the downward pressure that they had on prices and the positive impact they have for consumers, on the routes that they fly. So, but the shareholders ignored that advice, went ahead with it, hoped for the best. Ultimately, predictably, it was struck down as illegal. There's one other aspect of it, too, though, which is that JetBlue was really loaded up with debt at that time as well. And so they would have been taking on, obviously, an even more extraordinary amount of debt just to buy Spirit. So it's not even clear that JetBlue would have been able to manage then their debt service, and they would have survived into the future. But it certainly would have meant that, Spirit would have been killed earlier. It would have been killed at the time of that merger versus being killed now by the jet fuel price surge and by the four big carriers who wanted to see them gone.
Let's put B4 up here on the screen, because it's one thing to say jet fuel, it's another here to see the numbers. So Patrick DeHaan over at Gas Buddy compiled this list. Just check this out. This is from May 2nd, so only 2 days ago. Just imagine what airlines are contending with. Here is the cost to fill a Boeing 777 today. Chicago, $213,000. Dallas, $180,000. Minneapolis, $180,000. New York City, $180,000. Los Angeles, $217,000. Seattle, $225,000. So yeah, that's a lot of money. Like, we're talking about 200 grand in some cases to fill up the whole plane. Now, look, I get it. It's a big aircraft. Like, he probably picked a bigger one just to show exactly what you're dealing with at a macro level. And I know it doesn't take a full tank of gas to get somewhere going. But I mean, come on, $200,000 just to fill up an airplane? Like, that's a lot of money. And that's double, literally, what it cost as of a month ago. So that's going to show up somewhere. There is no denying this. The Iran war is what killed Spirit. Now, they were bleeding out already, but it was the jet fuel crisis. Let's go ahead and put B3 up there on the screen. They actually detail this in Al Jazeera. They've begun their wind down all over the jet fuel doubling in prices that will cost now thousands of jobs. But I think more importantly is that this airline, so for example, in the week between May 1st and May 15th, they had 809,000 seats, which would have flown on 4,119 domestic flights. So that is almost 400,000 seats because of the status of when they're going bankrupt that will just not be here this week. 400,000 seats on an airplane. That is going to show up somewhere. And the likelihood is it will show up in now American and Delta and United. They can charge whatever they want, and they've got the jet fuel stuff on top of that. So good luck to anybody who wants to fly right now. I don't think it's out of the question to see $800,000 fares even for intra East Coast, like in the middle of the summer. And in terms of international, good luck. Like, I was looking at Dubai this morning. Even in the couple weeks since the ceasefire, air traffic out of passenger traffic in Dubai International Airport is down 20%. Now, look, some of that demand will be destroyed.
Low-cost airlines are itself illegal because of government kerosene subventions and tax exemptions. There is no free market. Yeah, exactly.
Let's say 10%. But those other 10, if they're still going to fly somewhere, they might have to go through Europe. So if you're trying to connect, if you're
Spirit. This is why I support what he just sent me, what Zach Chap just sent me, right? Because we need an option, right, that is owned by the people. Clearly. Right? I don't think this is going to be successful, but if it is, even more power, right? But yeah, let it be owned by us, right? This is a great. Try trains. Yeah, the trains here are shit. Don't bother with trains here. We're not Germany, okay, man?
You're going to Asia and you're connecting through Europe or through a direct flight, you know, one of those very competitive flights.
This is why we need to really focus on having like fundamental changes to the way we travel too, right? We can't just rely on fucking giant aeroplanes in the sky, right? Like we need to really think of other ways of travel, and we're not really working on it because governments around the world aren't really investing in this stuff. Damn right, girl. Your favorite subject, trains. God, Jersey, what are you, autistic? Is it true that autistic people are really into trains? I've heard that from a few of you guys and I'm like, is that true?
From here in the U.S., I think it will be.
I don't like to stereotype like that, but
thousands of dollars. Like I think the idea of an economy
depends
ticket
on the autism. Yeah, because I had a friend of mine who was autistic, and he was really into music, which I don't know is the opposite of trains. I like trains.
Being 1,000 to 2,000, which I still think was, you know, high compared to where things were before. I think you could potentially start to see, you know, real economy seats,
like
not premium
too.
economy seats, be like $3,500, $4,000 in the middle.
It's a common hyperfixation. Yeah, I'll be on one tomorrow. Oh yeah, girl, where you going?
Of peak summer, if stuff like this
Chugga, chugga,
continues,
choo, choo.
and you have airlines adding on additional jet fuel surcharges, like Japan Airlines, $350 per ticket for any one-way flight, North America and Europe. And then, so round trip, that's another $700. Heathrow, I'm sure by the end of the next few months will also have, they already have a very, very high landing tax. I think it could go up, you know, even more, several $100. So this is just going to be unsustainable. Like, you're just not going to be able to fly anymore.
Yeah.
At a certain point.
And looking internationally, Air India, they cut all of their international flights through July. All of them.
Every autistic has their niche. Yeah, like I know my friend's was like music, right? He really liked music engineering. I don't know. I just don't like to stereotype because it's not good, guys. Don't do it.
Oh my God.
Especially because he didn't like trains, right?
Yeah, they cut all of their...
This is a very specific niche thing, but there are a lot of families living in the Bay Area and, you know, people like me who grew up.
I also think like that term gets thrown around way too much, right? The overdiagnosing of, especially online, right? Like you see all these streamers and stuff taking like autistic tests and stuff. Like I even took one because you guys a few months ago were asking that, right? And I just got typical maloid, which men are in general more on the autistic spectrum, right? Because we're dumb men. And we have two brains. Passengers used to be able to bring as much luggage as they wanted. Now they are competing with Amazon for space on planes and subsidized pack. Yeah. There's a new like package company, right? That I'm glad people are starting to use too, because I think this is another issue, right? There's just so many issues in our society, right? But there's so many issues when it comes to this. I forget what it's called, but I can look up the name. It's done a pretty good job every time I've ordered something online, right?
As first generation immigrants who all would go to India over the summer and book on shitty, no offense, actually no offense, on shitty airlines like Air India.
Air India is the worst.
No, it's dog. Okay, fine. Let's just say it's dog shit. All right, it's
there were
dog
literally
shit.
cockroaches on the plane.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not kidding.
The worst airline in the world. Sorry, don't sue me. All right, I had a bad experience. It's my own personal
multiple
experience.
bad experiences.
But anyway, it's not good.
They're
for
cutting
a lot
all of their
American
international.
agents.
So apparently they're flying domestically still within India, but all of their international flights through July are completely cut. But you know, going back to what you're talking about, in terms of the impact here domestically from Spirit's closure, there was literally something called the Spirit.
Yeah, doesn't autism in women look? How does it look like in women generally? Ooh, nice. Congrats. Damn Jersey, you're way ahead now. It's those two fucking legendaries you caught, girl. No one's caught a golden epic or golden legendary yet, so keep doing it. Damn right, girl. Shake it.
Effect. When they would begin flying a certain route, every other carrier knew they had to reduce their price. And so with them gone, now their hand is freed. And, Stoller makes a bigger point that, and really should read his whole analysis because it's typically, as usual, it's very excellent and in-depth and very thoughtful, which is that ever since the airline industry was deregulated, you've had all of this combination of consolidations and mergers, and then just so many bankruptcies, because it really is the type of service, and he compares it to the mail service where it's like you pay the same amount for a stamp. And for some places, that is you're sort of paying above cost and you're subsidizing service to rural areas. It's a similar dynamic with air travel, where if you want there to be reliable, affordable access throughout the country, you're going to have to manage that from the, from the federal level and make sure that those routes, even the ones that are not the most profitable, that those continue to be serviced. And so, undergirding this whole story, going back now decades, when the decision was made to deregulate airlines, that's when you get to this scenario of having, a handful of choices, and the big airlines with their hubs and the way they're able to operate and the way they're able to go after new entrants.
Yeah, like I took JetBlue a year ago, 2 years ago now, right? And they kept talking about their hubs, and I was like, what the hell is that? So now this is starting to make more sense to me. Secondly, as you said before with the deregulation, right? I remember a professor in college, right? One of my favorites. He told the class how it used to be before deregulation. Oftentimes you would get a whole row, sometimes even the whole plane to yourself, right? And you could spend like $40, right? To fly from like Boston, New York or whatever, right? I think he said Boston to New York. It was very cheap. It was like $25, $45, something like that, right? And they would discount it because they knew they would at least make some money off of it. And now, because of deregulation, right? Because there's no longer like mandated routes to and from the there's just everybody's cramped in, right? Like you go to an airport now or you go on a flight and everybody's like crammed in like fucking sardines, right? So it's like the polar opposite. And he always used to say like he liked those flights, right? Because he was very tall. I think he was like 6'9", right? And he literally would be able to like take up the whole row.
It's like Spirit that we're trying to undercut them on price. That's how you end up in this situation where, it's air travel is miserable, where you don't have access in certain parts of the country, where low-cost carriers and others who are trying to innovate are quickly pushed out. Last thing here, we can put B5 up on the screen. It just shows you that this fuel price crunch is not just going to affect airlines here. We already talked about Air India. Sagar was talking about Ryanair. Actually, the UK is now loosening some of their rules and saying basically like, okay, if you have a flight that's going somewhere that's half empty and you have another one later in the day, you're allowed to push those passengers to that other flight, which is something they weren't allowed to do before. But in any case, this is the early days. This is the early days of the impact from the war. This is just like COVID, where, you drop a giant boulder in the water and then the ripples just spread and spread and spread. And this is one of the first very noticeable ripples. And, is it the end of the world? No.
It's practically empty at that time. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't know too many people who take trains anymore. Right? I know there's like what are you thinking, Amtrak or whatever it's called, right? Amtrak was destroyed by Richard Nixon too. Like that's all these like services that we had, right? were so much better when they were all regulated by the government, right?
If you
New Jersey Transit. Okay.
were hoping to go to a wedding.
Yeah, the MBTA is okay here, right? The T, we call it the T. If you're in Boston, you'll probably take the T a lot because the T is very and they've like really tried to make it they've tried to make it really they've really tried to reform it, but like this is a state level, like it's really a city level thing, right? Not good at all in terms of compared to like say Japan or like Germany or something like that, right?
We often report on problems.
But compared to most countries or most states, I should say, I would say it's still better, right?
On the
comparing it to most states, right?
MBTA, but the transit system has made incredible strides.
And the New Yorker, who came out of retirement to fix the T, is getting rave reviews. In tonight's Question Everything, I hop on the train with Philip Eng and ask, did you fix the T? It's just before 9 a.m. Temps are in the teens, and Philip Eng is on the move. The MBTA general manager had already finished one meeting.
Hi, how are you, sir? Very nice to meet you.
Before we met up at the Chinatown T stop. And Eng was dressed to a T with a T tie.
Look at that.
He bought it at a transit convention in London from a woman who hand paints custom ties.
I gave her some information and she created these designs and I said, love it, I'll take it.
The tie was the first hint that the 64-year-old really loves his job. Eng takes the T to work every single day.
Do people ever come up to you on the train and give you grief?
I've had some where they share their thoughts with me, but that's fair, you know. People rely on transportation.
Yes, people rely on the T, and we know the T hasn't always been reliable. In the year prior to Eng's arrival in Boston in March of 2023, 75% of Orange Line trains arrived at their stop within 5 minutes of their scheduled time. 43% for the Red Line. But in the past year, it was...
The Red Line never comes, right? That's the joke here. The Red Line never comes. That's how bad it is, right? But like, it's sad that we're watching this, right? This is a good public system in the United States. Right? Although it's gotten a lot better, like, to be fair, right? Like, he's done a really good job, and I'm glad. I didn't know he took the T every day. That's crazy. So
97% for the Orange Line, 86% for the Red Line.
Is this our train?
This is our train.
So how did the MBTA get to this place of actually being good? We decided to talk on a ride to Oak Grove in Malden.
And it could be even better, right? Like, we could easily achieve, like, Japanese standards, German standards, right? I'm throwing out all those fucking Anglo countries because they all suck. That's the standard we should be meeting, right? Japan, Germany, right? Germans in their trains, am I right? Rigel?
Oh, you let me go first? Thank you.
We won't come across one slow zone the entire way. They're all gone.
Not only will you later see where we've got 55 miles an hour, but we have all new train cars.
Eng is married with 4 kids, but came out of retirement in 2022 because he missed fixing things.
And back in the day, my parents always got me these tin toys, you know, with spring loaded and spring action, and I would take them apart just to see, you know, how is that arm doing what it's doing? How is that wheel moving it along? And
shortly before Eng got here, the Orange Line was shut down for a month. I got to witness the intense work being done, and since then Eng has been aggressive, and passengers seem happy. The month he got here, 35% of T passengers surveyed said they were satisfied with the T. But last month, 67% of passengers said they were satisfied.
Yeah.
The highest number in more than a decade.
There's a lot of money being spent on the T. Billions of dollars being spent on the T. Sort of unprecedented. How long can that go on for?
spending can be better managed as we go forward. The spending does not have to be this level. Now, when we start to talk about future expansions and we start to talk about adding service areas we haven't covered before, that's a whole different topic.
But we're not. He's always thinking about expansion and improvement.
4 kids? No wonder he takes the T. He needs to save money. Yeah, for real.
Always.
So even when you're on the T riding, you're still kind of working?
I am. Yeah, my colleagues know I'll send a photo of a coffee cup spill. I'll send a photo of something that needs attention.
And that has mattered to his legion of fans. Yes, an MBTA general manager with fans.
You're kind of a big deal online. I don't know if you know this, with your passengers. A couple of things I found. This was from Reddit. Someone writes, Philip Eng deserves a statue. Someone writes, Eng for mayor.
Yeah,
and then another person writes,
like, guys, I've noticed it is significantly better, right? And again, the T was one of the best still in the entire country. So imagine how it is now, right? It's gotten a lot better, thank God, because a lot of people here need it, right? Like, you can't just park in Boston, or you can't just drive into Boston because the city is just too much traffic, right? Way too much traffic. Like, especially if you live out in like the outer parts of Boston, right? To get into the city, that would cost you like maybe 40, 50, 60 bucks in parking alone, right? If you're doing like a shopping thing or whatever. Like with this, or if you just want to go into the town to walk around and like enjoy the parks and stuff, right?
this dude rocks.
They're passionate. They love their transit system. They know how important it is. I do see from time to time that my kids will point them out to me.
After about an hour, our round trip is over.
I think we've reached our destination.
And this is what I mean. Like, you could have a system that, like, a lot of this stuff, the reason it doesn't work is because corporations don't want it to work, right? This is a publicly funded good, right? Service, right? If you invest more money into it and you have people like this who actually care about their job, right? And actually do stuff, it can be a public good, right? That everyone relies on. Now, it's just so much better.
Thank you so much.
Still, we talk all the way out of the station, spilling the tea on all things tea. Next time,
spilling the tea. I'm spilling the tea, guys.
I'll wear a better tie.
Oh, God, cringe.
You have
These
to get one
fucking,
that's hand-painted
right?
from a woman in London.
So.
Y me acuesto en su, ya para abrir el restaurante que era el arroz. Y me llama el cocinero. Risita, ¿qué? Ve por la paellera. Venga, que las 2 de la tarde ya están aquí. Miren, bañador. En las chanclas. Todo despeinado porque no me dio tiempo nada ponerme las chanclas y el bañador. Voy a la playa, había subido la marea.
Yeah, well, and it's not as good as it doesn't sound like it's as good as the tea, right?
Y la encontré porque estaba la paellera agarrada metida entre las piedras de chipiones del faro. Y cuando entro en el restaurante me ve el cocinero con una paellera y adentro la vende paellera.
I love this meme, man.
Or a funeral, or visit your relatives, or God forbid, go on vacation. Certainly not a happy thing, but it's not necessarily life-threatening. But this is just the first of many, many impacts that we are already seeing ripple throughout our economy and the global economy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, what made COVID inflation miserable is nobody died because food prices went up by 20%. Or okay, very few
people probably did, actually, yeah.
Very few people died because food prices went up by 20%. It still sucked. I mean, that's the whole part. What has been happening in this country since 2020? Every year, it gets worse. Housing, food, things get more expensive. It's just like everything has more friction. Has it really gotten better? I don't think. More crime. It's just like everything is shitty. And, you know, there's what is the theory? It's like shittification. I'm sure you've heard that before. With dealing with a corporation, health insurance, right? It's just nothing is simple. And yes, maybe that is romanticizing a different time, but I don't know. I just feel like things are getting worse and worse. And I don't see anything.
I'm very skeptical of doing this now, right? Like, I try to point to policies, not times. And I think that you can do this the opposite way too. Like, you can be like a negative, very, very negative all the time about something. But like the idea that, like, okay, there's two different ways to interpret this, right? You could say, like, and a lot of people have said this, that our peak civilization was the very, very beginning of 2000, right? Technically 1999, right? A few people have said that on, like, videos I've watched, and like The Matrix, technically, right? Isn't that like what they said in The Matrix? What was it? Who said that? The guy who gives him the red pill. Damn, I'm blanking on his name. Not damn it. I'm blanking on his name. Anyway, he even says that, right? He's like, peak civilization was 1990. Morpheus, right? There you go, Morpheus. Sorry, I'm blanking on the name. Morpheus says peak civilization. Damn, that movie has aged well, huh? It peaked in 1999 or whatever year he said, right? And you know, I actually agree for the most part. That doesn't mean all the problems were non-existent, right? It doesn't mean that we didn't have problems. It doesn't mean that there weren't problems for people, right? But I am starting to agree that things have only gotten worse since 1999 or 2000, whatever. Yeah. Peak 1990 to 2001. Yeah, exactly. Around, like, some people say 1990, some people say 1999, 2000, 2001. But after 2001, it all went downhill from there, right? This is not an excuse to be like, yeah, we need to go back to that, right? Because there were still problems back then. It's just when you peak and then you're declining, that looks good, right? And I think that is what we need to, like, be really careful about. Just because we peaked at that doesn't mean we need to, like, go back to that and that's the standard, right? We should still be, like, willing to improve even that standard, right? Because progress is about making things better. And that also, like, the problem with that is it just, like, it breeds in stagnation, right? It also kind of cheapens people's, like, struggle, right? Because there were still tons of problems back then. It just, that was the peak, right, guys? So I'm going to disagree with him here, right? Entirely.
Speaking of that, let's go to Israel.
But Morpheus was right. We're starting a new thing on here. Morpheus was right.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
I peaked when I got 2 legendaries in one stream. Funny. No laughing. This is a laugh-free zone, girl.
It really helps get the show.
Damn. That movie, The Matrix, is aging better and better every fucking year, right?
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at...
God damn it, guys. No fun allowed. This is a non-free fun zone. This is a fun-free zone, girl. Fun. No breaking points here. Just breaking points. Get it?
BreakingPoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show.
All right. All right. Now we're going to cover the labor problem with the election here in 3 days, I guess, right? Is it 3 days? Yeah.
The last thing Keir Starmer needs right now are some pesky elections. His premiership has been rocked yet again by developments in the Peter Mandelson saga. Polls continue to show that Labour are down in 3rd place, and there are persistent rumours that his party plans to topple him and install a soft left leader. So elections at this moment would only serve to highlight the scale of the problems facing the Prime Minister. Unfortunately for Starmer though, elections are rapidly approaching. In a matter of days, on Thursday the 7th of May, Brits will be heading to the polls to elect new councillors in England, members of the Scottish Parliament, and members of the Welsh Parliament in what could be a bloodbath for the Labour Party. So in this video, we're going to take a look at what could happen in these elections, specifically looking at how bad they could be for Labour, and which parties look set to benefit. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. Now, we're going to split this video into three and start by taking a look at the English local elections, then the Scottish elections, and finally the Welsh elections. So let's get straight into the English locals. Because of the complicated nature of the council system in the UK, councils aren't all elected at the same time nationally. They're staggered. This year, 136 councils are up for election, including all 32 boroughs of London. This means that a total of 4,992 councillors will be elected this week. Now, technically, only 106 councils were actually meant to be up for election, as the government had argued that because the other 30 councils were in the middle of a shake-up, with many two-tier district and county councils in the process of being replaced by unitary councils, their election should be postponed. However, following a legal challenge from Reform UK, the government backed down and confirmed that elections will be taking place in these places too. Now, as things stand, of the nearly 5,000 councillors up for election, 2,196 of them are Labour, 1,134 are Conservative, 663 are Liberal Democrat, 170 are Green, and 78 are Reform. When it comes to these councils' control, 83 are Labour controlled, 22 are Conservative controlled, 22 are Lib Dem controlled, 1 is Green controlled, and 6 are controlled by independents. The remaining 2 are the newly created East and West Surrey unitary authorities. Now, while Labour holds many of the councils up for election, they're unlikely to hold them. The latest polling suggests that Labour are on track to lose more than 1,000 of their councillors, while the Tories are on track to lose around 500. Smaller parties look set to gain from these declines.
The Greens,
The Lib Dems on track to gain about 100 councillors, the Greens nearly 400, and Reform nearly 1,300 councillors. It looks like many of Labour's losses will be in London and the North.
I haven't peeked yet.
As things stand, Labour controls 21 of the 32 London boroughs, but a YouGov MRP poll shows that they're now on course to win the most votes in only 15 boroughs. The Greens, though, are on track to win the most votes in 4 London boroughs: Lambeth, Lewisham, Hackney and Waltham Forest. Similarly, Reform is set to win the most votes in 3 boroughs: Bromley, Barking and Dagenham and Havering. Given that the Greens and Reforms don't currently control any London councils, winning any of these would be a big victory for them. In the North, which has been a stronghold for Labour support, and is an area in which most of the councils currently up for election are represented by Labour, it looks as though Reform are on track to make inroads. Britain Elect's polling suggests that Reform could form a majority administration in Wakefield and Sunderland, and there are a handful of other councils that they could be the largest party in. For the Greens, there's also the prospect of them being the largest party in Sheffield. It looks then like the English local elections
killing it for the mid to late 40s.
Be devastating for the Labour Party.
Explain.
And could see them lose control of a significant number of councils up and down the country. Making matters worse is the situation north of the border in Scotland. Back at the time of the 2024 general election, things were starting to look up for Labour in Scotland. After 4 consecutive terms in power in Holyrood, the SNP were beginning to decline in the polls, and Labour were on the ascendancy. It seemed as though SNP scandals about party finances and the breakdown of their working relationship with the Scottish Greens had finally caught up with them. However, the UK Labour government's unpopularity has damaged Scottish Labour, providing some relief to the SNP. As Starmer's premiership has dragged on, Labour has dropped further and further in the Holyrood polls, to the point that now they're polling at roughly half of what they were at the time of the 2024 general election. Scottish Labour leader Anna Sarwar has even tried to distance himself from Starmer, with him publicly calling for the Prime Minister to resign. The SNP, however, have managed to steady up their polling, and slightly improved since 2024. Obviously, a lot of the SNP's comeback has been due to the collapse of Labour, but Swinney has also proved himself to be a very capable leader, and his focus on the NHS and cost of living does seem to have worked for him. YouGov's MRP from last month suggests that the SNP could win 67 seats in the Scottish Parliament, enough for them to form their own majority. Only the second time in the history of the Scottish Parliament that a party has won an overall majority. Interestingly enough though, Reform would be on track to become the second largest party, which would be a major breakthrough, with them projected to win 20 seats. Considering that at one point Labour had been hoping to dethrone the SNP, this would be a significant loss for them, and would pile even more pressure on Starmer. And finally, in Wales, it looks as though Labour is set to be replaced by Plaid Cymru and Reform UK, with both looking to make significant breakthroughs. The latest YouGov polling suggests that the election will be tight, with Reform winning 37 seats and Plaid winning 36 in the 96-seat Senate, leaving both short of an overall majority. With margins this small, it's hard to say with any confidence which party will be larger, but the general consensus is that either way, Plaid will have an easier shot at forming the next government, given that other parties are reluctant to work with Reform. That same YouGov poll sees Labour collapsing to a mere 12 seats, which will be a catastrophe for the party that has won every election in Wales since 1922. This could see Wales starting to look a whole lot more like Scotland, where a nationalist party displaces Labour to become the party of choice for left-of-centre voters, fundamentally altering the political landscape. A result like that, along with a bad result in Scotland and the loss of swathes of council seats in England, could be the final nail in the coffin for Starmer.
All right. Follow up with this. I wanted to watch this the other day, but I didn't get to.
Keir Starmer
is a good YouTuber on this issue.
Is on his way out.
Camo Gus, damn right.
We know that. It might take a month.
Full camo suit.
It might take, God forbid, a couple of years. But Keir Starmer is going to be a prime minister who either resigns or is
just re-woke up and getting ready for
booted
work.
out either by his party or the general public, shrouded in failure. The big question is whether he is going to take the whole of the Labour Party down with him. And we're about to get a look into how likely that is and exactly how badly things are going for the Labour Party across quite a significant chunk of Britain as various areas of the country heads to the ballot box in exactly 2 weeks' time, assuming that you are watching this or listening to this on the day that it goes out, which you bloody well should be. There are big elections happening in Scotland and Wales for their national parliaments, as well as elections for borough councils within London. Those are the kind of councils which look after different areas of London. The London Assembly and the Mayor look after kind of the whole city. Boroughs then look after various different bits of the city. And similarly, there are also elections for a whole bunch of county and city councils across the country, which do a similar thing, but for cities and whole counties elsewhere in England. And look, Keir Starmer's Labour Party has long been expected to do terribly in these. Like, they have long been expected to do exceptionally bad. Not just lose some seats, but do exceptionally bad. Even long before any of the Jeffrey Epstein, Peter Mandelson revelations came out, which have been rocking the government in recent months, and particularly over the last week. On top of that, though, a new poll by the polling company YouGov has just yesterday revealed quite how badly the party is doing, and it is pretty bad. The poll focuses on London, which for reasons I'll talk about even more in a moment, is really, really important for Labour. How well Labour does in London is really important, not particularly because London is reflective of the rest of the country, but for Labour to do well in other parts of the country, it has to be doing really, really well in London. And this isn't just any poll, this is an MRP poll, which is a multi-level regression and post-stratification poll, which basically uses a slightly advanced technique where they poll huge numbers of people from across a country if they're trying to predict how a general election will go, but in this case across a city. And rather than just take the headline figures of like 30% of people say they'll vote this way, 20% of people say they'll vote this way, what they do is they try and look at different groups within that country or city based on maybe age, based on maybe gender, ethnicity, all kinds of different factors, and then combine that with census data and other bits of data about different areas to kind of try and predict
I actually knocked my mic over. That's why I couldn't mute it.
People within specific areas of a city or country will vote. When it's used for national elections, for example, what it enables pollsters to do is to take headline polling, but then look at those specific groups and be able to go, for example,
sounds like glass breaking. No, glass broke.
Of Nottingham look like demographically, and therefore what does the data on how different people, based on their demographics, are likely to vote?
I got a sit down desk, so I can stand now while streaming. And essentially, what happened was my mic literally just like fell over because it's kind of loose. I don't really like this mic arm.
If we take that data and apply it to this specific place, who is likely to become the MP there? Because that will often differ from the headline polling.
I think he's going to crash
figures.
and burn.
And this, as far as I know, based on the reporting, is the first time that this has been done at a London level, at least by YouGov. And this is the map that they ended up with. It shows the Conservative Party winning 4 boroughs, Labour winning 7, Reform winning 1, the Lib Dems winning 3, Aspire, which is a local party specific to Tower Hamlets with a whole bunch of stuff we won't get into, winning Tower Hamlets, and a huge number of other seats where the margin between the 2 highest placed parties is less than 5%. There are, as you can probably tell, a lot of these highly contested boroughs going into these elections in 2 weeks' time. Now, if we look at a more solid version of the map, which outright gives each borough to the party with the biggest vote share, Labour looks like it's doing slightly better. It looks set to walk away with control of 15 councils out of a possible 32, which, if you don't have much context to this, doesn't sound too bad, right? That's almost half. And even with the context that this would be a decline from the 21 councils, which it currently holds, you could still be like, they're doing all right, okay? This is a midterm election, to use the American phrase. This is an election which is taking place in between general elections. And as much as local councillors will always try to make these elections about specific issues which are happening in that city or that town or that borough, they are always a bit of a referendum on how the governing party is doing. There's a big trend in the US where very often the party that doesn't have the presidency will do well in the midterms, because that tends to be what happens. And that similarly will happen here quite often, that particularly if there is disgruntlement with the government, that will get reflected in local election results. So even at the best of times, if you are Prime Minister and you are going into a local election, your goal is to not lose as many seats as you can, rather than sort of going in expecting to make big gains. And yet, despite that potential for Labour to walk away with 15 seats, there remains a very real scenario here where all of those councils, which are currently hatched in that hatched map because the first and the second place parties are exceptionally close to the other party, there is a very real scenario in which all of those seats go the other way. Right, and the Labour Party loses all of them, and that the Labour Party ends up with just 7 boroughs in London. And that feels particularly possible during a week, and probably weeks because this story is going to stretch on, where Keir Starmer specifically is just having awful headlines thrust upon him all the time, right? That makes it sound a bit passive. He is garnering awful headlines all the time. There's this ongoing controversy around the Mandelson and Epstein affair, which I don't think is the big thing that is really making his popularity tank. He was already deeply unpopular before. It really is the cherry on the cake for Keir Starmer specifically, but also for the wider Labour Party as a consequence. They have chosen to stuck by him. They have chosen not to challenge him just yet, which means that the broader brand of the Labour Party is just deteriorating before our very eyes. And the reason that this should be particularly troubling for the Labour Party to not be doing very well in London, to be predicted to lose all of these boroughs, is that at this point, the Labour Party's heartland is London. London is the Labour Party's heartland. When the phrase Labour heartlands gets used in the press normally, what they're usually referring to are the areas of the industrial north and in Wales, which were once like a real slam dunk for Labour. Areas where there was a lot of industrial employment, which also meant that there was a huge amount of trade union membership, all of which lent itself to both active involvement within the Labour Party, but also people who would have considered themselves lifelong Labour voters, right? Sort of the clue's in the name, right? Those working class voters who would vote for Labour. And there has been a lot of consternation for decades and decades at this point about the fact that Labour has been losing support in those seats.
It's like Drew Carey and Harry Potter had a kid.
UKIP, then
UK
the Brexit
Kyle.
Party and Reform. There was a brief period in that where those voters appeared to be going to Boris
Those Harry
Johnson's
Potter glasses don't
Conservative
help,
Party.
yeah.
But the real sense that some of those voters who used to be engaged in industrial employment and therefore felt really tied to the Labour Party, sort of as a lifelong faith almost, are now kind of either they themselves or their children, I guess, are more socially conservative and therefore have been peeled off by the Conservatives, or now in particular the challenge is reform that the Labour Party is particularly worried about. And yet the fact that we talk about those areas of England and Wales in that way, and the very fact that that conversation about Labour losing those heartlands has been going on for so long, means that the idea that they are the party's heartlands at this point is kind of a joke, right? We've been talking about them losing support there for so long. I mean, those conversations about the Red Wall getting lost was so long ago now that idea that those are the party's heartlands is really a nod to the past. Right? It's a useful way of exploring the ways in which the Labour Party has changed over the years. It is now led by London lawyers. I mean, that's sort of always been like a faction and a part of the story of the Labour Party, but it is very much now a party of the professional class, and so it's much more of a nod to the past rather than a meaningfully useful description of the present. If we want to look to the place where London has, at least until exceptionally recently, and maybe particularly during a recent period, had that really strong, unerring support, it has been London. This is a map of members of parliament in the capital, and it's just a sea of red. Like a good chunk of the Labour Party's members of parliament are in London, and vice versa. A good chunk of London's MPs are Labour MPs. London also has a London mayor. It has also, until very recently, had a lot of Labour councils, a lot of boroughs that have been Labour councils. London should be a slam dunk for Labour. It is one part of the country which has really managed to continue to hold together a constituency of voters, a kind of coalition of voters from different constituencies, so working class urban voters, but also slightly better off progressives, also people who have come into London in search of fame and fortune, or in search of being in a more progressive place. People often move to London because it is perceived as more progressive, and the Labour Party in London has managed to put together a much more progressive coalition there and managed to hold on to that coalition in a way that it has just completely struggled to elsewhere in the country. Sadiq Khan is on his third term as mayor. He is also a Muslim mayor in a way that would be anathema in other parts of the country. That would be a challenge for him. But in London, that is very much kind of celebrated. The idea that the Labour Party could be down to just 7 councils in the city should be unthinkable. And if this is how things end up turning out, there are a few consequences to be looking out for in the days and weeks after.
Well, and this is the problem, right? Is you see this across the board, but the more to the center these Labor Party or like left-wing parties go, the more right-wingers they actually collect, right? Or like the counter parties collect, right? So like let me give you an example, right? Reform, MAGA, right? It's how even PP, you know, unfortunately he's picked up a few seats in comparison to like the last election, not this previous election, but the one before that, right? The conservatives did okay, right? They picked seats, they got seats. They got more seats. Australia is the only exception. I think it's generally because their Labor Party is more on the left, right? It's also like a little bit different because they've had it sounds like they've had more of a stinge of conservative governments before then. So like their Labor Party is viewed more favorably compared to like the previous conservative governments, right?
Those elections take place and the results are announced. It's likely that the results take a few days to be announced from local elections these days. But the first is that it could be the final nail in the coffin of Keir Starmer's leadership. It has sort of been expected for a long time that Keir Starmer would probably resign following these local elections. As I said earlier, it has been expected for so long that these elections would go exceptionally badly for the Labour Party. There was kind of a assumed play-by-play that they would go badly. Keir Starmer would go, I tried my best, whatever, it's not going so well, it's best for the party and for the country if I stand down, etc, etc. And a Labour leadership campaign contest would go ahead and they would sub in someone else. Now, he has sort of been fighting a bit of a rearguard action on that, both in terms of trying to win Labour MPs back to himself, trying to win the public back. Not doing particularly well at that. He has also been working to try and prorogue Parliament for a little bit longer after the elections so that MPs will be back in their constituencies in an attempt to kind of quell any discontent. I think the feeling amongst Keir Starmer's team is that if members of Parliament come back to London too quickly, they will talk with one another and decide to topple him, and therefore if he can keep them back in the shires or back, I mean, a bunch of them are in London already, but if he can keep them back in their constituencies, maybe the disaster and the fires which are sure to follow the election results will pass, and by the time they come back, they'll have simmered down a little bit. And yet, at the same time, Labour MPs have seemed less mutinous than they were at one point, particularly owing to the war in Iran. This is something we've talked about a couple of times. Like, Keir Starmer is seen to have done a good job at the war in Iran of keeping the UK out of it. He is also, Labour MPs often like to talk about the idea that it's not a good idea to swap leader or swap prime minister during a war, which is not a glowing endorsement of the guy. But there are also a bunch of other challenges. There is sort of a lack of MPs willing or seen as able to take over. And yeah, kind of a broader fear on the part of Labour MPs. I think there does appear sometimes that there is a preference for just burying their heads in the sand at quite how badly their prospects are looking at the moment. And yet, if the results are really bad, and particularly if that coincides with the fallout of the Peter Mandelson, Jeffrey Epstein stuff going particularly badly at the right time, it could be that the thing that everyone knows is going to happen at some point does happen now. And yet, there's kind of a longer, medium-term challenge for the Labour Party here, in that as we edge ever so slightly closer to a general election in most probably 3 years' time, there's a real kind of propaganda war at play with the UK's electoral system. As we have talked about countless times on this channel, and a bunch of times over on the main Tom Nicholas channel too, the UK's election system relies heavily on tactical voting. In each seat, you have to convince voters not just that you are the best person to vote for, but also you have to try and win over people who don't like you, but who see you as the least bad option and the best placed person to beat the person that they don't like, right? And the Labour Party has historically done really well out of this, right? There will be people who want to vote Lib Dem or vote Green or vote for the Communist Party or something, who will nevertheless be won over by the fact that, you know, actually in this particular seat, the result is realistically going to either be a Labour MP or a Conservative MP or a Reform MP or whatever. And if you don't vote for the Labour candidate, you know, you have potentially brought that about if it doesn't happen. At the moment, however, the Labour Party is in a bit of a propaganda war with the Greens. While the party has been worrying about losing a bunch of its voters to the Reform Party on the right, it has, over the last kind of year or two in particular, been absolutely dripping out voters to the Green Party, particularly since Zach Polanski took over as leader there. It's looking like, in London, the Greens could possibly take boroughs like Waltham Forest and Hackney, and those kinds of victories in councils, in borough councils, where it would have previously been presumed that Labour would have won reasonably easily. Those kinds of victories make it much easier to argue for the Greens that they are the tactical choice rather than Labour. And even more worryingly for Labour, it begins to make any of their attempts to convince voters that the Greens can't win in a certain area, whether that's London or elsewhere, look kinda questionable. Wins for the Green in London or elsewhere would come off the back of their historic win in the Gorton and Denton by-election in Manchester earlier this year to make them look like a real fighting force. It would make it look like even more so that there is momentum behind the Greens, which the Labour Party just doesn't have, that the Greens are a real force in British politics that can win elections, that the Green Party often can be the tactical choice. In fact, one of the most damaging things, I think, for the Labour Party coming out of Gorton and Denton was that they repeatedly said that they were the tactical choice. They repeatedly said that, you know, if you vote for the Greens, that is a wasted vote, you are going to help Reform win. And then the Greens won pretty comfortably. And not only was that a challenge for them in Gorton and Denton, that's going to hang over them all the way in the lead up to the next election, because the Greens will be able to turn around in any seats where Labour say that they are the tactical choice. People who want to vote Green are going to be able to turn around and go, well, you said that before. And particularly if there is evidence that that seems to be the case in more and more areas of the country. Look, and we have to add on top of that the fact that the Labour Party's attempts to win over potential Green voters is currently being led by Steve Reed, a guy who just seems like a baffling choice for this role. And I don't think we've got a clip to roll you, but he kind of comes off as just like talking down to progressive voters of like, no, you shouldn't vote for the Greens, you should be voting Labour, that's the proper thing to be doing. And he sort of comes across as quite angry and stuff. I am baffled that he is the Labour Party's choice as the person to do this. My assumption is that a bunch of the more young progressive MPs within the party are like, oh, I'm gonna steer clear of that, because the approach is just sort of, I would say, is more alienating than probably doing nothing at all. There's this real sense of like, no, your concerns are illegitimate, whereas probably what the Labour Party needs to be doing if it wants to win back any votes is sort of going, yeah, we hear you, etc., etc. Do Labour MPs at the moment want to do that? I'm not so sure. The risk then is that this becomes evidence upon evidence upon evidence that the Labour Party's coalition is absolutely dead in the water. And look, a lot of that is the fault of Keir Starmer and his allies at the top of the Labour Party, but it doesn't seem like the consequences will end there. I remember getting stick online a bunch of years ago for suggesting that the Conservative Party might kind of be over. This was in that sort of lame duck period in the lead up to the 2024 general election of like, yeah, we always talk particularly when political parties have had like a decade or so in power and then they're about to lose an election, everyone talks about the idea that they are going to be gone forever, right? In 1997, when Tony Blair's government took over, the Labour government won a massive landslide in the UK. People talked about the Labour Party becoming the natural party of government here in the UK. And yet, the Conservative Party has basically ceased to be a meaningful political force in the UK, and currently the Labour Party look set to go the same way. Even shedding Keir Starmer might not be enough at this point. And honestly, I'm not sure if MPs are feeling confident enough to do that anyway. It does look like to enough voters in enough different parts of the country and among very different voting preferences, the Labour Party brand as a whole has just become really toxic. Some of that being a result of sticking with Keir Starmer for so long, despite the fact that he has clearly been gone for ages. And even if they sack him at this point, is it enough to bring them back? Very possibly not. But fear not, we will be keeping tabs on.
All right. Damn right.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. I have a jam-packed show for you, and let me tell you right up front, man, things are popping off ski, okay? Like, as I'm talking to you right now, we're getting new developments by the second. It looks like the hot war is back on in full effect. Ooh. So you guys know the deal. In just a second, we'll get to it. Do me a big favor. Subscribe to the channel. Click that bell icon for all the updates in the world. You can also support the show on Patreon. Remember, y'all, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser, never done an ad read or anything like that. You guys keep the show running. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. Also, sign up for Crystal, Kyle, and Friends on Substack, and go sub to the Corn's World YouTube channel because we do live Kyle and Corn episodes every Monday night. So come hang out with us over there. But boy, oh boy, are we about to get into it. So, in just a second, mayhem is unleashed in the Middle East as the Strait of Hormuz lights up. Okay? Like I said, developments by the second. You don't want to miss any of it. We'll also get to red alert on the economy. Layoffs are increasing. The economy is plunging. Gas is nearing $5 a gallon as 70% of farmers can't grow their crops because they don't have the fertilizer. Okay, I'm not an expert on this, but that's scary because it makes me think of potential famine. Okay?
Yeah,
so we'll get to that as well.
That's crazy.
Then we have a new video from the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting, which honestly changes everything. It's HD video of the shooting. Don't miss that. And then later on, Trump has a health collapse, and apparently he did a fake dentist trip to cover something up. We don't know exactly what he's covering up, but we know that something is up. And also, later on, Tucker viciously turns on Donald Trump, and he also gets caught lying directly to the face of a New York Times reporter. You don't want to miss any of that either. So, all right, guys, without any further ado, let's go ahead and jump right in ski. So let's start with this. Huge deal. Breaking. U.S. Navy patrol boat has been struck by 2 missiles after ignoring Iranian warnings to not pass the Strait of Hormuz, according to IRGC-affiliated Fars news agency. So let me just say right up front, we have the U.S. government, CENTCOM, Axios. They came out, they've been denying these reports that U.S. boats have been hit. But Iran is saying, no, bitch, your boats have been hit. So in this moment, there's a little bit of confusion as to the reality of the claims. However, having said that, there's plenty of reporting out there that indeed U.S. boats have been hit, among others, which we'll get to in a second. Okay, so Iran's Tasnim News shares footage of purported warning shots fired by the Iranian Navy. The strait is closed. All right, y'all, welcome to the show. Hope everybody out there is
guarding personnel in a complex operational environment, according to Kogat, the Israeli.
About 64% of Gaza now.
I think I've ever seen. How can anybody take this seriously? By the way, this is not clearly happening. So this is something we've been talking about a lot on this show. Mainstream media has not been talking much about this. But the fact of the matter is, as Trump kept pretending, like, oh yeah, you know, we're working on a long-term deal, there's ceasefire negotiations going on, all stuff like that, the story on the ground was very different.
Gloggy chewing on wires? Yeah, for real. I had to unplug everything and plug it back in. Sorry about that, guys.
The story on the ground was
fucking up.
More planes being sent to the region, more equipment being sent to the region, people getting in position for either another round of a massive bombing spree and attack.
Yeah, my computer is like down there now. Right? So I have to like hunch over, get in there and unplug shit if I need it.
On the IRGC officials, or potentially even a ground invasion.
The lights turned off, right?
So now we're seeing more verification of that idea that there's many U.S. troops that are now officially positioned. So Robert A. Pape says, Iran's military is ready for major escalation. Get ready for rapidly mounting damage in Iran, the Gulf states, the world economy. He said this yesterday, and I'll be damned, today that's exactly what we're witnessing. Warning, any American interference in the new maritime regime of the Strait of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf would not be managed by Trump's delusional posts. No one would believe blame game scenarios. So this was the warning in advance, and then apparently the U.S. decided to touch that hot stove, and now, yet again, it's on like Donkey Kong. Okay, so Trump comes out the other day, and he says this. Countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute, going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the United States if we could help free up their ships, which are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz, on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. For the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so they can freely and ably get on with their business. Again, these are ships from areas of the world that are not in any way involved with that which is currently taking place in the Middle East. I've told my representatives to inform them that we will use best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. In all cases, they said they will not be returning until the area becomes safe for navigation, blah, blah, blah. But point is, this was Trump a day before saying, look out, because we're going to go through the Strait of Hormuz, and there's nothing you can do about it. We're going to make sure we can get people through the Strait of Hormuz. So this guy says, oh, fuck, it's actually going to happen. Read my pin post. And he had said, here's his pin post, because this is actually fascinating that this guy had said this in advance. Here's the game plan, which is what they're trying in Ukraine. J.D. Vance brokers a temporary ceasefire, securing his 28th presidential campaign.
Nice.
Markets temporarily rally and oil plummets. Trump claims victory. U.S. positions 82nd Airborne Marines and Special Operations in the Middle East ready to go. The U.S. and U.K. roll their Navy into the Strait of Hormuz for peacekeeping and to protect the GCC. Israeli false flag drone or torpedo attack on the peacekeeping Navy to be blamed on Iran. 82nd Marines very rapidly land on Karg Island and launch ground invasion to take the strait. Global oil shock, markets crash, plus Iranian cyber attack, official declaration of total war. Now, I'm not saying every single aspect of that is going to come to fruition and going to come true, but it's interesting that, for sure, at the very least, the idea of like, oh, a fake ceasefire, a temporary victory leading to more troops in position, leading to bigger announcement of total war, that appears to actually be true and to be occurring right in front of our eyes right now as we speak today. So just insane stuff. Okay, New York Times says the Trump administration has authorized more than $8.6 billion in emergency arms sales to partners in the Middle East as negotiations to end the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran remained at an impasse. Does that sound like somebody who's confident they're going to be able to get this bitch wrapped up? Does that sound like somebody who thinks the Strait of Hormuz is going to be reopened and we're going to go back to the status quo that we had before their illegal war of aggression against Iran? I don't think so. I think that's quite the opposite. Trump to Congress on May 1st. Hostilities with Iran have been terminated. Trump to a Florida audience on May 1st. You know we're in a war. So this is what we've seen 1,000 times over. Delusional ramblings and postings on Lie Social mixed with contradicting himself, sometimes daily, sometimes within the same speech, y'all, within the same comments. He'll contradict himself. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. Okay, so Trump, here he is outside about to go to, I believe it was when he was about to go to one of his golf tournaments. He was hosting a PGA event in Miami at Doral, the Blue Monster, which is now his course, which, by the way, one of the worst attended PGA events I've ever seen. The shit was empty on Thursday and Friday. There were some people there Saturday and Sunday, but very few and far between because everything this man touches turns to shit. Okay, this was supposed to be a signature elevated PGA Tour event. Nobody fucking showed up. Except Trump goes there on Sunday in the middle of his shitty fucking war and the economy falling apart. He takes time to go to his golf tournament to shake hands with PGA players, okay? But here's what he said when he was at the airport. Listen to this.
Under what circumstances would you restart military strikes on targets? Well, I don't want to say that. I mean, I can't tell that to a reporter. If they misbehave, if they do something bad, but right now, we'll see. But, it's a possibility that could happen, certainly.
It's a possibility that could happen. That's what Trump says on resuming military strikes on Iran. He said this knowing damn well what they...
I know. I didn't know he golfed. What a disappointment.
They were planning the next day. The next day being, we're going to try to force some stuff through the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran warned, if you do that, that is a violation of the peace deal, and that has immediately led to shots being fired. Okay. Iran gives the U.S. new response on draft peace deal. My report on Axios. So this Barak Ravid guy is basically like a Mossad asset, okay? He's there to basically run cover for Israel and basically be an Israeli agent. He says, what's next? There are options. Do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish them forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? Those are the options, Trump said. So if you're following along, Trump says, we terminated the war, it's over, we win. Then he also said, we're about to bomb them again. Then he also said, I haven't really made up my mind yet. Maybe it's one, maybe it's the other. But perhaps we'll blow them up. We'll blast the hell out of them. We also get this devastating report from CNN where they looked into just how bad our military bases were hit in the Middle East. And remember I told you on like day 2 of the war, I told you we have 13 bases in the Middle East that are barbecue chicken right now, that are just like bombed to smithereens, burnt to a crisp. They had to move our soldiers into hotels and shit in the Middle East, knowing like, hey, we can't stay there. We're sitting ducks. Okay? So they did that, but Pete Kegsbreth, the Secretary of War Crimes, and Trump, they tried to hide the extent of the damage in the Middle East. Why? Because they're liars. They don't want the world to know that our bases were attacked very successfully, mind you. So CNN goes there, and what they find is absolutely, positively horrifying.
Camp Buehring, Kuwait. American soldiers enjoying a karaoke night at one of the biggest U.S. military hubs in the Gulf. That was then. This is now. A once bustling American microcity in the desert, nearly empty and heavily damaged after a weeks-long barrage of Iranian missiles and drones. Jesus. One of many U.S. military facilities in the oil-rich Arabian Peninsula, targeted by Iran even as the U.S. and Israel pummeled the Islamic Republic's large arsenal. So what impact have Iran's strikes had on America's footprint in the Middle East? A CNN investigation found evidence of unprecedented destruction. We can reveal that strikes damaged at least 16 U.S. installations across 8 countries. According to our analysis and sourcing, that's the majority of American military positions in the region, and some of them are virtually unusable now. A U.S. source familiar with the situation told us that they'd never seen anything like this at American bases, that these were rapid, targeted strikes using advanced technology. Iran's main targets? Multi-million-dollar aircraft, like this Boeing E-3 Sentry, which gave the U.S. a huge amount of visibility over the Gulf. It's out of production, and in today's money, it's worth nearly $500 million. Critical communications equipment. Look at these giant golf balls. They're known as radomes, and they protect satellite dishes vital for data transmission. In this base alone, Iran destroyed all but one of the radomes less than a month into the war. And crucially, radar systems. Highly sophisticated, expensive, difficult to replace, and critical to air defense. A second U.S. source, this one a congressional aide familiar with damage assessments, described these as the most cost-effective of the targets. Our radar systems, they said, are our most expensive and our most limited resource in the region. For U.S. allies in the region, there's a dilemma. In some ways, Iran's show of force makes the U.S.'s presence in the region even more necessary to Gulf security. But there's a new reality here, which is that U.S. military installations, previously seen as formidable fortresses, have turned into sitting targets.
That's right. It's literally the exact opposite of what they expected. These Gulf Arab countries thought if we have our U.S. military bases here, we are more safe, we are more secure, we are more protected. The U.S. is the world's strongest military. Nobody can fuck with us. Well, here we are, and an actual war pops off, an illegal and offensive one waged by the U.S., And no, it makes you more of a target. It makes you more of a target. And by the way, they are successfully hitting these targets. And the imperial arrogance and hubris of the U.S. to think, oh, they won't go after these high-profile, obvious targets of ours because we're us. And nobody targets us like that. Well, bitch, think again.
As a Saudi source told me, the war has shown Saudi Arabia, that's the U.S.'s longest-standing Arab ally, that the alliance with the U.S. cannot be exclusive, and it is not.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, Garth Ludwig.
Garth, thank you so much.
Their words, impregnable. To get a sense of just how vulnerable U.S. facilities have become, have a look at this. It's the war room at Qatar's El Udeid Air Base, the theater command and control hub for U.S. air power across 21 nations.
God, why are there women there? Women? Jesus, there we go. That's why we're losing, right, guys?
Not just once, but twice. And according to a U.S. source, causing significant damage. The base had been largely evacuated at this point, and no casualties were reported. Iran's visibility over its targets has never been clearer. In 2024, according to the Financial Times, Tehran secretly acquired a Chinese satellite, known as the TEE-01B, a massive upgrade from its own satellites. That means that Tehran went from looking at images of this quality to this. This is the first time America has fought an adversary with satellites that capture high-res imagery, almost as detailed as its own. As the scale of the damage comes into focus, many will wonder whether America's presence, once a protective shield in the Middle East, has turned into its Achilles heel.
Cooked, barbecued. It's so over. It's so done. By the way, the Trump regime has admitted, like, I can't believe they attacked the Gulf Arab states. I didn't think they would do that. None of us thought they would do that. You fucking jackass. Of course they would do that in a scenario where you make it existential for them. It's life or death. And so they realize, hey man, we got to be smart. We got to be aggressive. We got to go after the right targets. And they did exactly that. And these idiots did not see it coming at all. It's just an incredible failure from the U.S. I mean, this makes the planning for the Iraq war look like it was done by a bunch of geniuses. Okay? So Trump also said, I will soon be reviewing the plan that Iran has just sent to us, but can't imagine that it would be acceptable in that they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So Iran had sent, hey, here are our terms if you actually want peace, and that includes an end to the naval blockade, guarantees against any military aggression, removal of U.S. military forces from Iran's periphery, that means shutting down those bases permanently, release of Iran's blocked assets, that means give us our fucking money back, payment of reparations, means, hey, pay for all the damage you fucking did here, lifting of all sanctions,
take that back.
end to fighting on all fronts, including Lebanon, and a new mechanism for the Strait of Hormuz. Namely, we ain't giving up control of that shit. You must be out your damn mind. There's a 0% chance. Now that we have control of it, it's ours. And it's not changing, y'all. It is not changing. We're going to tax your ass if you want to use this.
That's what they're saying.
And of course, the U.S. cannot swallow that bitter pill because that means the end of the empire officially. No more unipolar world. No more U.S. guaranteeing maritime security and freedom. It's a wrap. And so we're at an impasse in a quite literal sense. And that's why Trump is now desperately trying, hey, let's fucking fire this bitch back up and start another massive murder spree. And that's what it's going to be, by the way. It's going to be a murder spree. Hear me now, quote me later. How do I know that? Because that's what we did last time. How many hospitals did we hit? How many schools did we hit? How many power plants did we hit? How many bridges did we hit? So our plan is to terrorize their civilians. Their plan is to go after our official military targets. What does that say about us and what does that say about them? I'll leave that up to you. All right,
I'll
Reuters
get on
says,
a plane. I mean
Israel quietly issued new maps that show its forces now control nearly 2/3 of Gaza, with the new orange line extending beyond the area agreed to in the October ceasefire. So as I told you about 1,000 times, that was never a real ceasefire. That was a fake ceasefire. Israel's idea of a ceasefire is you cease, we fire. And that's exactly what they did. And they started taking over more and more land in Gaza as there was a nominal ceasefire. Watch this. Here we go.
Israel has quietly been expanding its control of Gaza. It has sent new maps to aid groups, sources said, which have not been released publicly. The latest version shows a freshly restricted area marked out with an orange line. It extends beyond the yellow line zone occupied by Israeli troops, agreed in the US-brokered October ceasefire. Reuters acquired the maps and shared them with Palestinian researchers in the occupied West Bank. Jad Isaac, who heads up the Applied Research Institute Jerusalem, says the new line shows Israel now controls nearly 2/3 of Gaza.
The yellow line is amoebic. It keeps changing from one day to another. But roughly I can say that about 64% of Gaza now is excluded and totally under direct Israeli occupation.
Israel says the Orange Line sets out a restricted zone where aid groups must coordinate their movements with the military. It's to enable, quote, humanitarian activity while safeguarding personnel in a complex operational environment, according to Kogat, the Israeli military agency that controls access to Gaza. But thousands of Gazan families are now caught between the lines, according to Palestinian NGO network head Amjad al-Shawa. Civilians located between the two areas are facing a very difficult humanitarian reality, he says. Residents say they lack water and other supplies because aid groups are scared to send staff there. At least 3 Palestinians working with foreign aid groups have been killed in the new restricted zone. Israel's military said it had opened fire after identifying threats near the Yellow Line. Al-Shawa says residents are also regularly being killed and wounded in the area. He says they aren't given warning when the line shifts. According to Kogat, the Orange Line boundaries are updated according to operational assessments. It declined to comment on the frequency of updates or whether it communicates them to Palestinian civilians. For displaced Gazan Mohammed Jundiye, dreams of going home are fading. We were hoping to return, and now we see that they created another line, he says. Aside from the yellow one, now an orange one. When will they stop?
Jesus Christ, man. We also get this. Israel may resume full-scale war on Gaza. Israeli ministers meet today to discuss.
Remember, guys, make sure you vote so you can get some points on the poll.
Restarting Israeli strikes and...
So I unplugged my keyboard, I think, and now it doesn't want to turn on again. So it looks like the USB port. I might have to reset the computer, which I don't want to do.
New no-go zones killed 800 plus people since the ceasefire began. Jesus Christ. Some ceasefire, right? Like I told you. Okay, more. This is not Gaza. This is Lebanon, a town that was home to 30,000 people. This is what Israel has done to it with American bombs. Mapping the destruction, how Israel wiped out Lebanon's Bint Jabal. And look at this neighborhood, bro. Look at this. Look at this. That literally looks exactly like Gaza. Because this is what Israel does. They get in there and they do total annihilation, complete destruction. They terrorize innocent people. They go after civilians on purpose. It is basically like hell on earth. They create hell on earth. And this is why it is apt to compare them to the Nazis. This is why it's not a smear, it's not anti-Semitic, it's not over the top. It is completely accurate to describe this as Nazi-like atrocities because they have absolutely no concern whatsoever for civilians.
I'm Wetman and I
horrific.
voted God for once. For once, Jers.
Horrific thing that we're seeing in South Lebanon, which, by the way, I warned you about on day one when they started attacking Lebanon, that this is what they were going to do. And it's exactly what they did. All right, here we have Bezalel Smotrich, top Israeli government official.
If my keyboard did that, it was because I spilled a drink on it. Yeah, I didn't spill the drink on mine. It's just, it was working fine. I don't know. Like, I'm telling you guys, I've had so many problems with Windows 11. I think it's like the worst operating system. I would switch over to Linux like yesterday if I could, but unfortunately my audio interface doesn't work with Linux, and I kind of need it to run like Gloggy and the music and all that stuff, right? Obviously the voice chat, the mic, all this stuff that I do, right? It's like my audio interface does it really well, and it sucks that it just doesn't work on Linux yet.
He was giving a speech, and he said, if Kamala Harris was elected, it'd be indescribable. And then he says, Trump's a miracle. So he says, oh, God forbid, if Kamala was in office, she might have tried to reel us in about 10 to 20%. And we can't have that. We need to wage our attacks on 7 different fronts and do multiple genocides at once and try to create a greater Israel and try to make Iran a failed state. God forbid somebody reels in our war crimes ever so slightly. Can't have that. But Donald Trump, he lets us do whatever the fuck we want. Here's this. Horrific. Far-right Israeli minister Itamar Ben-Gvir marked his 50th birthday with cakes decorated with a noose, including one bearing the message, sometimes dreams come true, referring to the recently advanced death penalty law applied exclusively to Palestinians. This is something, like, if somebody made this up, if somebody came up with this before it happened, they would have said, oh, you're obviously an anti-Semite. You're an anti-Semite if you would argue that a top Israeli government official would have on their fucking birthday cake a noose, bragging
insane.
about a law specifically targeting Palestinians to do state-sanctioned murder against them. This is like a death camp law. And by the way, a lot of these people are hostages. They're not prisoners. They're Palestinians who threw a rock when they were 12 years old, and they've been locked up for years, and now they're going to be put to death. Okay, this is a mass death law. And here you have this sick, disgusting terrorist freak celebrating this with a fucking birthday cake, lauding how impressive it is and how amazing it is that he was able to get this through. Again, and they say, how dare you criticize them and compare them to the Nazis when they do Nazi shit literally on a daily basis. All right, more. Right. The Israeli army raid that ended a 68-year-old Palestinian's life. An Israeli soldier shoved an elderly Palestinian woman to the ground with his rifle, killing her in front of her husband. If she were Israeli, her name, photo, and husband's testimony would be plastered on every front page. Nightmare scenarios like this come out on a daily basis. Here's another one from Dropsite News. Horrific CCTV footage shows a Catholic nun violently assaulted in Jerusalem's Old City this week by a Jewish extremist who shoved her from behind. Watch this. This is crazy that we have this on video. Watch this. Running up, shoving her to the ground. Looks like she hit her face on, some stone on the ground. Just disgusting and disturbing. It is not hyperbole to say that there is an epidemic of Jewish extremists in Israel routinely spitting on Christians when they see them. And, you're seeing a good example of this here. The absolute, complete psychopath. All right, we have more. So the propaganda is becoming more and more desperate as it becomes more and more obvious that the U.S. is losing the war. So here we have, listen to what they say as part of Iran's dastardly plan against the U.S. This is literally unbelievable.
Have them go dark and still deliver that oil to China. I mean, there's a physical blockade. They literally cannot do that right now.
This is a physical blockade. They're not able to send their oil and the resources to China, and a vast majority of their oil exports were going via sea. To give you a sign of the desperate measures they're contemplating, the Wall Street Journal reported today that they're contemplating measures like suicide dolphins, dolphins equipped with mines to try to go after U.S. ships. So that's not a measure which projects real strength.
Wait, I'm sorry. How would that even work?
So this has been discussed in the past by the Iranian regime that
they want to strap bombs to dolphins.
To dolphins with mines to go after U.S. ships. Now that's a pretty crazy asymmetric tool, but this is some of the measures that are being reported right now.
What the fuck?
Do you think that they could actually try? If they actually tried that, what would that say about their desperation?
Well, this is something that they've thrown out in the past to show the various options they have at their disposal. But again, this is not a show of a country which is strong.
Bond shit.
For real. The worst propaganda I think I've ever seen.
To say
How can anybody take this seriously? By the way, this is not the first time Revolutionary Blackout Network showed this here. Iran may have a fleet of communist killer dolphins. That was in 2020 that they said that.
The commie dolphins.
The imperial propaganda is getting so lazy and so stupid. Oh, they're so desperate. But they're also so violent and crazy that they're going to, strap bombs on dolphins to target U.S. ships. Like, listen to yourself. Oh, my goodness. I can't with these people, bro. It is, impossible. All right. Dropsite says, Kuwait oil exports drop down to zero. Well, that's great. At the same time, now with the UAE, their facility was hit.
Turning now
which is
to
why
Israel.
Brent is surging colossally. How about this one? China invokes blocking statute for the first time. China's Ministry of Commerce has for the first time activated its 2021 blocking rules, ordering all Chinese firms and individuals not to comply with U.S. sanctions targeting 5 independent Chinese oil refineries accused of purchasing Iranian oil. Beijing called the U.S. measures imposed under 2 executive orders an unjustified and improper use of extraterritorial law. So, in other words, another example here of the unipolar world completely and utterly falling apart. Yeah. Now it looks like there's multiple legal frameworks for global trade, and China is asserting their right to trade as they see fit, and they're not going by the U.S.'s arbitrary rules and laws, which are obviously very punitive by their nature because they waged an illegal war against Iran. So massive, huge deal here. This is a big, decoupling moment where China and the U.S. are starting to decouple, which of course could lead to further catastrophe and violence, which is not something that we want to see. But, the U.S. basically put China in a corner here, and they had no choice but to say, we're we're not abiding by your bullshit anymore. Okay, it's just wild stuff. Now at the same time, all that's going on.
Yeah.
Trump's going around giving speeches. You know, he went to the villages where there's like, you know, the youngest person there is 78 years old. Somebody called it God's waiting room, and I haven't been able to get that out of my head since I first heard it. And Trump is openly saying shit like this in public. Stop and think about this.
Turn your ship around. Evacuate your engine room immediately. And you see all these guys running out of there. Now, they're 5 miles away, and one shot into the engine room, blew up the engine room. The ship stopped. They used tugboats, and then we landed on top of it. On top of everything else, we then land on top of it, and we took over the ship. We took over the cargo, took over the oil. It's a very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates. We're sort of like pirates.
Sort of like pirates.
This is
guys.
a room full of vile, wretched, repulsive, immoral, unethical, cretinous little devils that just cheered for that. I have no sympathy for anybody in this fucking room. Everybody in this room can go to hell, okay? These are all Republicans who view anybody who's not a white Christian American as subhuman. That's what they do. And that's why he's literally saying, we're like pirates. We're like pirates. We shoot ships, and then we board the ships, and then we steal the oil, and we take it. And he's bragging about this like it's normal. And then, God forbid, you criticize it. They go, you're anti-American. You're a terrorist. You're describing how you committed terrorism. The military under your direction committed terrorism. Oh, my word. I can't stand these fucking people. He's bragging about being a pirate. But that wasn't the end of the utter depravity and the moral collapse that we witnessed. Same event. And then listen to what he says here while talking about Cuba.
An architect who's really talented, has done a lot of work for him. He's got a flair, a beautiful Hispanic flair in particular. And he comes from originally a place called Cuba, which we will be taking over almost immediately.
Cuba!
They're laughing. They're laughing. They think that's funny. They think that's cute.
No, Cuba's got problems.
Cuba's got
We'll
problems.
finish one first. I like to finish a job. On the way back from on the way back from Iran, we'll have one of our big, maybe the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world. We'll have that come in, stop about 100 yards offshore, and they'll say, thank you very much, we give up.
I love how, you know, this is the person who's holding America first, make America great again. We're going to focus on America. No more stupid wars. And then here he is bragging about, yeah, we'll finish Iran. Then on the way back, we'll also, you know, we'll take Cuba. He's talking about it like it's fucking baseball cards that he collected in 1978, right? Like, this is humiliating. This is embarrassing. This is horrific. The fact that people are laughing in the audience. I mean, stop and think about it. Here you have wealthy fucking boomer retirees whose kids probably fucking hate them because they were neglectful when they raised them, right? All they do all day is golf and have geriatric orgies and go to the fucking Denny's buffet, right? And here they are gathering together on an evening to cheer and giggle over war crimes and how amazing and lovely it is that we commit war crimes with our tax money in our name. We bomb little girls' elementary schools. I really got them when I did that. I really got them when I bombed those 170 little girls and murdered them in front of the world for everybody to see. I really got them when I bombed their civilian bridges. I really got them. We really got Gaza when we armed Israel and they carpet bombed them and starved them to death. We really got them. And all these boomers are sitting there fucking drooling 7.5 minutes away from having a congestive heart failure. And they, yay, war crimes, pain, suffering, spread it across the world. Oh, my word. So there you have it, guys. It's not going well, man. It's not going well. Things are starting to blow up. Mayhem is being unleashed. Bombs are dropping. Whatever sort of tepid, semi-fake ceasefire was there before is now falling apart, and I fear how much worse it's going to get. And there's no way out of it. There's no fucking off-ramps out of this thing. And this man is determined to destroy this world before he leaves it.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Yep.
Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right, let's see why more news on we gotta watch that. This new video. All right, let's do it. Falco, welcome
All right, y'all,
back.
so it's official. It's official. We got new video from the alleged attempted White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. The guy by the name...
How you doing, buddy? Good to see you again. How you been?
Of Cole Allen tried to
Welcome
get into
back.
the speech that the president was giving. Now, we already did a big breakdown of it, the day after, where we walk through all the weirdness, all the discrepancies, the way everybody reacted, and looked at it from basically every single angle. Well, now, this is kind of crazy because we have official HD video. This is not the AI-enhanced HD video. It's actual HD video. And we have new surveillance security footage of Cole Allen sort of wandering around the hotel right before he launched the attack. So with that being said, let's go ahead and pop this up on screen and take a look at this. Here we go. So he's walking down the hallway here, looking at the gym. Seems like a pretty tall, skinny guy. So this is Friday night. They'll show the time here shortly, approximately 3 minutes pass. Walking down the hallway again, approximately 8:23 p.m. Here we go. Puts on a coat that he didn't have on before. All right, so now here we go. You have a whole bunch of law enforcement officials, different kinds of law enforcement officials, sort of standing around. They got the metal detector. You can see the circle in the distance. That is Cole Allen. Yep. And Cole Allen is about to walk through this door. But what happens next is kind of fascinating. Take a look. Here we go. So he walks out. Security's just sort of standing around there. So boom, he walks out. He's able to grab his weapon, or I would say take his weapon out of his backpack. But if you look at the earlier videos, he doesn't have a backpack on, so it's kind of bizarre. I don't know. Did he keep it like under his coat when he put his coat on? I'm not quite sure. But he walks out past that door, grabs his weapon somehow, which I guess is sitting there. Very strange. Sort of contradicts with the official story, and then. Shockingly, there literally only like one of the law enforcement officials is even looking in this direction, okay? Now, there's one law enforcement official where you can see that it says police on his back. Mm-hmm. Take note, he's going to pull out his gun here, and he's going to be the one who rings off some shots. Again, contradicting the official story. And I believe he ends up hitting another law enforcement official. So the person who's standing on the bottom left of the screen here that says police on their back, he's going to take out his gun and shoot. And I believe this person standing against the wall in the back, in the middle, is going to get hit in a bulletproof vest. All right, here we go. Ready? So there he is, walking back in the door in the distance. Then he runs out with... Now, what the fuck happened there? There was a dog. Look at this. What?
Damn.
In God's name? So now more law enforcement comes in. They got him on the ground. They somehow get his fucking shirt off. More law enforcement. Playback speed decreased to 35%.
Shit.
Here we go. Now we're going to get to see this more in slow motion. So a couple things I want you to witness.
Runs out of there,
Number
guys.
one, again, the police officer on the bottom left, and the person standing against the wall in the middle, in the back here. The bottom left is going to shoot, and it's going to hit the one in the middle, in the back. So take note of that, because again, they say, no, he's the one that shot and hit the bulletproof vest of one of the law enforcement officials. That's bullshit. This was friendly fire, and they're covering up for it, okay? The other thing that you'll notice is, look in the back in this door that he comes out. There's a police dog looking right there right now. And there's an officer looking through that door. And he comes running out of there in like 2 seconds. What the fuck happened here? Look at this. Look at this. So walks away. He's going to come flying out of that door. Look at this. What the fuck did that... The dog was warning the officer. The officer didn't do dick. Look at this. So now this guy's shooting. The police officer shooting.
Shit.
And there's a lot of officers in the background where they shot. Literally missed Cole Allen every single time from fucking point blank range. Dude was running like Usain Bolt and got right by them. That shit is crazy, bro. That shit is crazy.
My God,
they get more
that's
Secret
crazy.
Service, you get police, you get all these law enforcement officials. Some of the law enforcement officials ran away. Some of the security people ran away. The ones that were leaning against the wall, I think one of them was the one that got hit, ran away. Now, by the way, let's also look at this one. No, but for real, what the fuck was this cop looking at? So this is strange. So the dog appears to alert the officer. Here, I'll play it. The dog is looking. That's where Cole Allen is, right through that door. And there's the officer looking through that door.
Oh, yeah.
Looking through that door. Again, the dog's like, hey, man, over here, bro. Look, over here, bro. Then walks away. Boom, that's when he comes flying out. Look at this. How the fuck is that? What the fuck, bro? Look at this. Where the red circle is. That is crazy. Look at this. The dog's like, hey,
nuts.
over here, through this door, there's a potential shooter. And the cop is looking, or Secret Service, whoever that is. And then, boom, runs out. Like, what the fuck is this? Now he's just looking confused. What the fuck? This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. This is one of the craziest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. Wild, bro. Wild. One more time. Looking, they got him, and then boom, he runs out. So crazy. So, look, they're lying to us about the official story. The idea that Cole got the shots off, he didn't. He didn't get the shots off. It was a friendly fire incident for sure. And I don't know how Cole wound up on the ground with no shirt on. All of it's very, very bizarre. So, look, I'll just say it. Everybody's been talking about it. But I've seen there's more people who seem to disbelieve the official story than believe the official story.
Yeah,
and that
that's
is
kinda
not
crazy.
something that was the case. With the Butler, Pennsylvania shooting, in the immediate aftermath, it was like 90+% of people believed, of course, that they tried to kill Trump and, it was an atrocity and yada, yada. And then over time, it came out that it's more like, online is more like 50-50, that like half the people think it was staged now, the Butler, Pennsylvania thing. But this one, like immediately it was like 60 to 70%. We're like, nope, I'm not buying it. This is bullshit. They lie about everything. They're lying about this.
Yep.
Here's the shit that people are saying. Let me show you this tweet. Top question so far following the White House Correspondents' Dinner alleged assassination attempt in no order of importance. Staged? Why was there a post from 2023 that simply stated the shooter's first and last name? Why was the shooter's shirt off? Why did the SS look so disorganized? That's Secret Service. Why has Trump skipped every White House Correspondents' Dinner until this one? Why did the shooter mention he especially was not targeting Kash Patel? That one gets me too, bro. That one gets me too. And the reason that gets me is because the FBI has a history of basically grooming people to do attacks and then stopping them from doing the attack right after they tell them to do the attack. It's how they got like a bunch of, like mentally ill young Muslim teens during the War on Terror. They would say, FBI foils terror plot. And then you go look at the specifics and they like groomed somebody to do an attack and then stopped them from doing attack right after they said do an attack. And so why would he say not Kash Patel? It seemed very, very bizarre. They continue. Why was the shooter's name searched hundreds of times in Israel a day before the incident? Why did Caroline Levitt's husband warn a Fox News reporter to be very safe prior to the shooting? Why did the shooting just happen to occur at a time that Trump's poll numbers are at the lowest of any modern president? Why did the shooter book a $3,000 a night hotel room months ago for an event that Trump never attends until he recently announced he would? Why was Trump's deputy chief of staff climbing on a chair to start a chant of USA, USA? Why would an award-winning tutor, Caltech grad, and NASA intern try to pull off such a crude, unplanned attempt? Why did the Secret Service lower their security protocols that night? Why was Hegseth seen laughing very shortly after the shooting event? Why was VP Vance removed before the president? Why was the president allowed to stay on the scene and observe with seemingly no security protecting him? Why did right-wing social media all come out with the same ballroom talking point only minutes after the shooting? That's another one that gets me, bro. It was literally minutes after the shooting and all of the MAGA accounts and the group chats were like, ballroom, 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 ballroom. Why does it appear that the same Secret Service agents that failed in Butler, Pennsylvania were on the scene at the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Why did the Secret Service agents appear to be grossly untrained, frequently mishandling their firearms? Why did the entire cabinet look downright jovial after being put through an active shooter event, not traumatized like most people would be? Why was nearly the entire cabinet, president on down, present in one location, a serious break in national security policy and procedures? Why was the post from 2023 by a NASA scientist named Henry Martinez linking him to NASA intern Cole Allen? Why did Trump lie about tripping, falling to the ground? Why did a Fox News correspondent have her phone call cut off when she revealed what Caroline Levitt's husband told her? How does a person reportedly carry multiple weapons pass or bypass initial screening at a presidential level event? Why would a planner send incriminating intent before escape or success? How did the Trump administration know the intent of the shooter just minutes after the event? Why was the narrative outpacing formal ID confirmation? How did the administration know it was a lone wolf situation so quickly? Why did the Washington Hilton have layered screening why didn't the Washington Hilton have layered screening protections? Was this a true breach or something else entirely? Why would someone with no criminal record suddenly risk being killed for such a low success probability attempt?
I have something to show you. How would you throw the 3 numbers like this? Right?
Another thing is, in his letter that he sent to his family, like 10 minutes before he attempted this, he said, like, well, something to the effect of, like, oh, probably in the hospital now. I probably need to be in the hospital, but much of my own doing. In other words, like, he sort of knew he would survive, but how did you know you would survive when you're going to try to kill the president? When everybody assumed if you try to kill the president, they would immediately kill you? Like, I don't know. That part is weird to me, too. Like, and also, how are you drafting your fucking, like, manifesto 10 minutes before when you're, like, doing all the planning and last-minute stuff to get it ready, and you're doing your letter at that point, laying out your motive? That also seems bizarre. Why were there reports of inconsistent or absent ID checks at the event? How did a person allegedly carrying multiple weapons penetrate what was supposed to be a layered security event close enough to engage inside the perimeter structure? Why, after Butler, Pennsylvania, were security protocols not more rigid? The questions keep mounting, and blah, 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 goes on and on. I see more people disbelieving this than believing this on social media, and that's not just liberals or leftists. There's plenty of conservative people who are now going, I don't fucking believe it. And look, all I have to say is, what does that say about this moment in U.S. history? I think what it says is, this is the reality that Trump brought us. Trump, I told you for the longest time, he's a right-wing postmodernist, so he doesn't believe in objective truth. He doesn't believe in the truth. He believes in his truth. He believes in the power of narrative and storytelling, and functionally making stuff up and running with it. So he created this sort of post-truth world, this post-empirical, factual, objective reality based world. And so it's more like whatever we say goes. We make it up, we run with it. It is what it is. Well, through force of will and through narrative pressure, we can change the conversation. And so since he brought us that world, now that's bled out into other realms too, where, you know, the left was always associated with science and facts and reality. And now many liberals and leftists and independents and moderates, now everybody's sort of going with the, like, no, if you destroyed the factual world that we live in, well, then fuck you. We're not going to play by those rules either. So it's almost like free license to speculate more and to question more and
this
to
is a good analysis.
maybe
I think that's true.
Play a little loose with the facts. It's basically like he opened this door to a post-truth world and dragged everybody else through that door into that post-truth world, where now we're all here, right? Now we're all here. And a lot of the characteristics of the right have been picked up by liberals and leftists and independents and moderates. And, you know, they got their wish. They got their wish, which is we're going to drag everybody down and we're going to make our political environment much more crass, much more coarse, like this, much less measured. And now here we are. But again,
the
Trump
thing is that
world.
I don't think it's a dog whistle, right? Because, like, hold on, let's see. My keyboard isn't working, so we're kind of screwed on this. But, right. Can someone type in Sonic 3? Yes, Gus. That way 2, 3, and 4 are easily identifiable at a distance. Can someone type Sonic 3 for me? Otherwise, I have to restart my computer. I don't want to do that. Okay, thank you. Just so I can copy and paste them. I don't mean the movie, I mean the game, but okay, let's see here. I have it. I was cleaning out my collection and I was like, oh, what a great game. And this is kind of funny that this showed up, but what is going on? I might have to restart my computer. All right, be right back, guys. I'm just gonna restart it.